I wrote this book about my life and how I personally broke the chains of this garbage, mostly with my words, but a few times with my fists. I speak to you in the first person. You read a few stories from my library, you dream when you sleep on my couch, and the book contains over 200 illustrations. You've never seen anything like it.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
And we will, and we have big stories today. We have the NJP is crashing. Wonder who could have seen that coming. Ye's law, he's still going bad. Wonder who could have seen that coming. The movie Civil War, what to look out for. The Porno politician returns. Hanna Payne guilty, and maybe some more on this Sunday's Going Free Gathering. X Space will be the final hour for your calls if you would like to speak with yours truly and address the community. And of course, your comments, calls, and questions. And then there is this. One day, Thomas Edison has to speak at an important science conference. On the way, he tells his driver, who looks a bit like him, "I'm sick of all these conferences. I always say the exact same things. The driver agrees. You're right. As your driver, I attended all of them. And even though I don't know anything about science, I could give the conference in your place. That's a great idea, says Edison. Let's switch places then. So they switch clothes, and as soon as they arrive, the driver, dressed as Edison, goes on stage and starts giving the usual speech, while the real Edison, dressed as the car driver, attends the speech. But in the crowd, there is one scientist who wants to impress everyone and thinks of a very difficult question to ask Edison, hoping he won't be able to respond. So, this guy stands up and interrupts the conference by posing his very difficult question. The whole room goes silent, holding their breath, waiting for the response. The driver looks at him dead in the eye and says, "Sir, your question is so easy to answer that I'm going to allow my driver to answer it." Let me know that you can hear me okay. There were some weird clicking and glitching sounds, but we are here. We are going free. Do let me know. Do let me know. What a brave and smart driver that was, wasn't it? He was just going to pass it on off to Edison in the audience there. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. Thank you, Hawaii girl, Lady Anglo, Nat, Queen, Myra. Thank you all very much for letting me know the sound is good, even though we had those weird popping, weird noises. You may financially gift over the course of this glorious gathering, but before you even do that, make sure that you share that we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It would be a crime. In fact, it is a crime in several states to not let people know what we are doing here in service to white well-being. We couldn't be more right. I mean, every time we turn around, we say this is that, and this will come to this. And it always does, for the love of God. I swear, I missed my calling at Psychic Friends Network. They went out of business too soon. And of course, I saw that coming. You may financially gift over the course of this gathering over at Entropy, which is up and running right now. And I even have the dashboard up and running so I can keep an eye on both the front and the back, just like the way you want to see every woman in your world, the front and the back. You want to be able to make an assessment, you see. You have Odyssey is up and running. You may financially gift there in cash or their cryptocurrency, D-Live in their cryptocurrency. Hello to everybody who is over or who does show over on Rumble. You may financially gift over here to my right at Subscribe Star. It's up and running. I'll be able to keep an eye on that. And at Cash App with cryptocurrencies, with cash dollars, everybody who financially gifts will have their question, comment, or whatever it might be read here, even if I have to change a few of the words to protect the great work that we're doing in service to white well-being. How is he still here? How is he still going? How does the world continue to change? Well, stick around, and you're going to find out exactly how it all works. We teach it to you. You can take the lessons. You can take them free and just go about your world and never participate. That is how good we are. No big paywall here. No big paywall making pay cucks pay for the content. None of that's not whatsoever. We're just giving it away in service to white well-being. God bless everybody who is here. You may also financially gift in a cryptocurrency over at my website, nowhiteguilt.org, and big salutes and gratitudes and thank yous to the great Four Null for making that work and making it up and run. And it's glorious and it's wonderful. And it's a great service to white well-being. God bless him. Also, when you are there, you click on that financial gift tab. You'll see those wallets that I use, you'll also find the snail mail address. A snail mail address is another way of saying a land mail address or a typical address or just a mailing address. Before we had anything like email, how many people remember when that term email came out and how fucking weird that sounded in your mouth, right? That was something bizarre. Email? What is email? You just get the mail. I mean, either she gets it or he gets it, but somebody's going to get the mail. I had to throw in a dad joke there. It came to me and it was beautiful. I love it. You love it, or you're going to at least say that you love it because it's the right white thing to do in service to white well-being. But it is an unbelievable week. It has been a week of miracles. It's been a week of celebrate good time. Come on. It is a wonderful day. It is a glorious day. It might be raining right now in the once great state of Virginia outside of Mordor on the Potomac. But in our hearts, the sun shines, the white roses bloom around the world. It is an epic thing. People are taking up the lexical, the dialectical powers that we said would work this exact way. We said it would work this way, and people with good hearts and genius minds and great constitutions have gotten into the world, and they have done this work. And my God, it's happened exactly as we've said. It is nothing but successes. I've got to have some coffee because you know the engine runs on coffee. Glorious. Wonderful to behold, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful. We have the red tie power in the house. And we got our first story here we're going to touch upon. Of course, you know, I mentioned all the stories here we're going to touch upon, or we're going to reach into, we're going to dig into. But we're going to first dig into, pun intended, the porno politician. What's going on with her? Do you remember her? She's back in the headlines. Virginia Democrat, featured in streamed sex acts online, says she's the victim. Yes, sure. Typical for today's age, isn't it? Look at her. She's the victim there. And so let's find out what she has to say. Her entire life was rocked. Of course, she almost won. She almost won in Virginia. So it's just a matter of elections before you see porno politicians well, wait a second there, Jason. They already got porno going on in the White House, in the Hart Cellar building. They already got porno going on in these Senate hearing rooms. They've got plenty of the porno going. Yes, but as far as we know, there are none up on platforms like this young lady and her husband. They were just having a private sex act in front of any millions of people who wanted to watch it, and then paid tips for specific things to be done. A Virginia Democrat who was featured in more than a dozen video streams of her and her husband having sex online for tips, because this is America. This is what America has become. Can you just see the senators right now? They're like, do you smell that? Do you smell that? I think a sewage main has gone. And there's also chocolate on the floor over here. Can they not keep this place clean? Is speaking out, claiming to be the victim of an invasion of privacy by Republican operatives. Yeah, that's what it was. Zoink, that's what it was. You were just out there, and I'm sure this guy over there, this staffer over there, and who was that? Who was the senator's name? Does anybody know? Where's Rapunzel? Was it like Kramer? Was it like Ramrod? What was the senator's name that this guy worked for that just decided to get down to the buff and fornicate in the Senate hearing room where they did the Russian? There's nothing holy anymore. There's nothing serious anymore. This guy was on video, if you remember, this exact Democrat, and he was like, these Republicans, these conservatives, these MAGAs have come in here with their torches and their pitchforks, and they have profaned this sacred space. Because it's not profaned when your staffers are having ass sex in every room in the building and then posting it to their Instagram. There's nothing profane about that. In a recent interview with Politico, former Virginia House of Delegate candidate Susan Gibson, Susan, give me some Gibson, Susan, give it to me right here, Gibson, spoke about how she felt about the explicit videos surfacing ahead of her election loss earlier this year. Yeah, can you see that staffer for that Democrat senator? And he's now saying, all I did was post it on my Instagram, and then those awful operatives went out there and they stole it and then shared that with many millions of homosexual chat forums. That's what they did. It's a feeling that I would not wish on my worst enemy. She's not talking about her husband there. The Democrat nurse practitioner and mother of two told the outlet, boy, they want to toss that in there like it has meaning for us anymore. She's a mother of two. Oh, that's really important. We should respect her. Oh, she's upside down, naked, getting drilled. Well, that really shouldn't take away. That shouldn't. Jason, how dare you criticize a woman? How dare you criticize? Have you seen Grace's tweets? Have you seen Grace's? She tweets these things about how females should be submissive to men in relationships, and women lose their shit. There are women out there that lose their shit. You give one criticism of a woman and they all lose their shit. They're like, how dare he? Their fire comes out of their eyes. He's criticizing a woman. But I can criticize men all day long. I can call all of these guys boys. I can say adult boys. And for some reason, all of these bitches out there got nothing to say about that. They're not like, how dare he criticize males? No, anything negative about a female, any tweet out there by Grace about how females should be submissive to males, and it's all of a sudden like fire in the eyes. How dare you criticize Gibson? She's upside down on a trapeze with a chihuahua juggling volleyballs in the corner, and her husband's drilling her in the video, and people are tipping her for this, that, and the other thing. I want the chihuahua to juggle knives next. Sure, we'll do that. You can just follow us into the next chat room. Criticizing women. Gibson made waves. Boy, are they meaning to do this? Gibson, although she looks a little thin for there to be waves. She looks a little thin. Maybe, though. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen her backside. In September, after achieving live stream videos of having sex with her husband, resurfaced and circulated online. Washington Post broke the story, reported that the couple solicited payments from viewers in exchange for sex acts. The Post headline the story. See, they're just ahead of the curve, ladies and gentlemen. That's all it is. They're just ahead of the curve. They're getting rid of all of these white norms, all of this. What's happening when there's sex in the Senate room? White erasure. The norms, they say the sanctity of these places, the respect that these places are supposed to be given, white erased. These people running for office, it would not be possible. It would not be possible if there hadn't been white erasure. White erasure. Use white erasure for your own benefit. Jason is a word police. He's a wordy policeman. That's what he is. He's wordy policeman's. He's a wordy policeman's. And he just wants you to use wordies that benefit you. How dare he? How dare he thinks it's not a good idea for you to use wordies that destroy you and your family and your children. And he's a son of a bitch. That's what he is wordy policemen's. White erasure is how we get here, ladies and gentlemen. White erasure. Try it out. The thing about Jason is that he also hates anti-whiteism. He hates that the anti-whites have taken his life away from him, and Jason wants to do damage back. Jason knows you're not going to do damage back with these other tools that are out there that are broken and just self-inflicted. It's like holding the rifle the wrong way. And Jason's like, turn it around. Yeah, turn it around. You're just some kind of a Jew. That's what you are. You want me to turn this around? I'm just going to keep pulling the trigger. Then that'll show them. And that'll show you too, Jason. Okay, go for it. Once news broke and Republican operatives shared the story. I'm just feeling like, yeah. That's how I'm feeling today, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing but right everywhere I look. And then you have already had like one guy not capable of learning show up. He's like, don't celebrate being right too much, white proud guy. Yeah. Yeah, I won't celebrate being right again so that you won't feel bad about it, mother. Because that's what I want. So that you all can just keep talking people into doing dumb shit. That's right. I won't say no. Actually, I'm going to take your face and I'm going to grab the back of your head. I'm going to take your face and I'm going to take it to a certain Senate hearing room where the justices for the Supreme Court are questioned. And I'm going to find a little dark spot on the table, on the carpet, and I'm going to rub your face in it so that other people are like, wow, that guy's ruthless when he's right. How many times I got to be right? I'm going to make you smell it. I'm going to make you eat it. Once news broke, an illegal invasion of my privacy designed to humiliate me and my family. What is this like division of my political career and my porno career? Come on, Jason. It's a division of porn and politics. You're not supposed to mix the two unless you're in a Senate hearing room. She continued to stay in the race until she barely lost. Boy, the once great state of Virginia, here she is. She's like, hey, boys. Hey, big boy. Going to head on over to the Senate room. I wonder what kind of videos she would have made. Now, this would have been, of course, the Virginia governmental houses. So I don't know. It might not have been as exciting for her videos to come out, but just make no mistake, she'll be running again, or someone else just like her, and they'll be in there making their videos, their TikTok, and they'll be in their TikTok, and it's going to be worse than every single other video that you saw from police and nurses and doctors during COVID when the hospitals were full. They just had no time to do anything but TikTok it up and down the hallways. In recent interview with Politico, Gibson maintained that she was the victim of a hit job. They definitely did that on purpose. It was a hit job. That's what it was. That's going to be the name of her next movie. My entire life was rocked when the article ran. Gibson spoke to Politico about feeling blindsided. Gibson added, when you find out that there are sexually explicit videos of you online. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Especially by being contacted by national reporters, it's a feeling that I would not wish on my worst enemy. You uploaded them, bitch. Remember that? You and your brainless husband uploaded these two. Should I say the name of the website? I don't know. I don't know if that's verboten or not. As far as her claims of the videos being spread illegally, she said content that is initially made in a consensual context, which is then distributed in a non-consensual contextual context digitally, is a crime. Bullshit. When you put something up online, it's there, dum-dum. It's there. It's there. It's there. It's there for everyone to see. So just live with it. Deal with it. Speaking of her actions versus Republicans spreading info about explicit content. So this is just, she opined. Come on, that is like almost she opined on the bedspread. Choosing to share content online or in whatever medium with select people, except it's public, with the understanding that it will disappear and can only be seen by those present at the time. Bravo, Sierra. When we're talking live streaming, webcamming, and Skyping, that is a far cry from consenting for the content to be recorded and then broadly disseminated. That's what happens. That's obviously what's going to happen. If Susan and her husband, if sexy Susan and her husband had private sex tapes that they made for fun, more power to you. If you look good enough to watch yourselves. If you have that, and then those are stolen and shared, everybody's going to sympathize. everybody's gonna say that's wrong, that's illegal, that's etc. But when you are broadcasting this to people, and people who give you tips, and it makes a little coin noise, and then you go and do the things that they tipped you for, that is public, period. But that's, of course, a white man, an actual man of the West saying that. Men of the West will agree. Women of the West will agree to that statement. But the anti-white world will not agree. The people who are NJPing will not agree. The people who are, and I'm just waiting. Phone hasn't rang once, but I'm still waiting for all the NJPers and NJPing supporters to reach out to me in ardent love and apology for how wrong they fucking were about NJP and how right I was and all their slanders. I can't wait to get to that point. I can't wait to get to that point. All those people ruining their lives. So why does it matter? Ruining lives, not benefiting Western kind. How much more time do we have left for fucking childish games? That's kind of why it matters. That's why it matters. Speaking of her actions versus the Republican explicit content. So Gibson also wanted that, warned that other women will soon be victims. Oh, it's a woman thing. It's a woman thing. Let me tell you what, it's a woman thing. It's a misogyny thing. These are all signs that you're dealing with an anti-white. All 100%. This vaginal loyalty and the misogyny, which is a meme pathogen. Anybody using a meme pathogen, an anti-whiteism is anti-white. Period. End of conversation. You are being duped by them. You're being bitched by them. You're being used by them. All right? Any vagina loyalty is anti-whiteism. It is a consequence of anti-white ideology, specifically the subset called feminism, that destroyed the white family from within. And you see this all the time. So whenever you hear either, the girls of both sexes come running out to say, oh, this is bad because it's critical of a female, or this is against women, or this is or whatever, you're dealing with somebody destroying Western civilization, Western kind. Because there is no equality between men and women. They have different roles. They fit together like puzzle pieces. It creates a harmony. And that harmonious place is for the rearing of little boys of the West and little girls of the West so that they can become men and women of the West. End of conversation. Vagina loyalty. Oh, so this is against the girls. That's what it is. That's what Gibson is saying. You're in good company if you're of that mindset. I think it's going to continue to happen as millennials age into running for office. Boy, God help us, right? There was a 2014 study conducted by McAfee that said or showed that 90% of millennial women have taken nude photos at some point. Liberation! They're liberated. They're liberated. You know what's worse? You know what's worse than them being liberated, the anti-whites? They freed them to go and take pictures of their female naughty bits. They're now liberated. You know what's even worse than that is when white men of the West criticize them for doing that. That's worse. That's worse. That is Susan Gibson, my friend. Sexy Susan. Get over here and give it to me, Gibson. She'll be back and she'll win. Let's hear. Does she talk at all? Let's see. Does she say anything? After being exposed on sexual films, she's now back, 40-year-old mother of two. Hosted more than a dozen videos on platform called Chatterbait. Are there any words? I mean, any, like, them talking at all? I thought she talked. What the hell? Does it come at the end of that garbage? Everything has got to be rap now. Everything. If it's going to be good, it's rap. Take your African beats and shove them up your asses. I am sick of every movie, every TV show, every commercial. It's got to be another fucking African beat. I don't want it. I don't want to hear it. I'm sick of it. My entire life, it's been, well, here's the white guy, and then it has like some ignorant ass, like doofus sounding bing, ding, ding, ding. The white guy shows up, and then here is the cool people today, and it's some rap going on. No, give me some hard rock. Give me some guy on a guitar that lights on fire as he's using it. That is kick ass. That is badass. I guess not. I guess there is no, if I had a video of her talking, I would show you because I'm sure it's hilarious of her talking about how, oh, they just came after me. I think they did. I think they did have an interview. Same shit was shared, but her saying it, no big deal. We'll move on to our next item, which today is going to be the Civil War movie. Have you all heard about this? I will say hello to a couple of you as we pull that up on screen and I see Gary, I see the great Porno. Porno says NJP crashing hard. Suck it, motherfuckers, suck it, all of you. How about that little greasy motherfucker that slandered me all the time? There were a couple of them on their board that were slandering me all the time, and with little Joey Jordan slandering me all the time, and the other clowns slandering me all the time, encouraging their followers to slander me. Go over there and say that they're going pee. That's so funny. Because you're fourth fucking graders. That was your leadership. Yeah, obey them. They have something smart to say. They're going, except, by the way, we're going to be playing some audio a little bit later of the guy that I always, when I couldn't remember his name, the guy I said, you know the one I'm talking about, the guy with all the talent. There's one guy over there that has all the talent. There's one guy over there that has the creativity. There's one guy over there. Yeah, that guy, Sven, is lost it in rage. It's all coming out how pathetic and meaningless and useless the whole endeavor was. And I cannot tell you how glorious it is. All of those losers writing me, slandering me, telling me how wrong I was. What about that bitch? Those bitches that showed up and they were like, hey, they're going to have somebody in office next year. Next year, they're going to have, they're telling us, you don't know what you're talking about, Jason. You're not doing anything. You're just trying to get people to stop doing things. You're just trying to protect some other racial group out there. Oh, you're going to have somebody in office? Is that it? You're going to have somebody, hey, little guy, come on, pucker up. Pucker up, little guy. You're going to have somebody in office? Children. Melissa is here. CJ is here. One of Western Kind is here. Face is here. Rise is here. Is that Bronum is here? We got the Janices here. We got folks here. They've shown up. We're going to have fun. Yes. Jason and the folks, the Knights of the White Table, write about Kanye West and came up with the concept of Ye's Law, all proven true. And this clown, this anti-white black dingleberry out there in the video, a brand new video, we'll show it, shouting his ass off about, and you get to every word he says, it's the pain of everything burning down around him. It's the Ye's Law. Couldn't be more right. Couldn't be more 100% right about it. And then you've got the Glories at the exact same time. NJP, like a King Hugo at 90 miles an hour into a bridge embankment. There's nothing left, folks. Nothing but the dust left. Nothing but the dust left. Everybody, the guy, Sven, the only one, the guy could hate me. I don't give a shit. That's the reality. He's got talent. I recognize talent and smarts where it is. The jokes that he might make might be white negative or what, all of that. I'm not talking about that. He's got talent. He's the one who's got some intelligence. That's how I've been remembering him when I couldn't remember his name. He talks about these other folks in that leadership. He talks about them, the ones that all these losers out there decided to side with, all of the subversives that have been in this community and been at this community, all been supporters of NJP and the NJPing, whether it was that group or not. And this is what happens and Jason sees it clearly. Go ahead and hate me. Do you remember that? What was her name? Cindy Crawford? Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. But this is the don't hate me because I'm so much more fucking intelligent than you are. Don't hate me because of it. Don't hate me because my actual goal is to recapture our destiny. Don't hate me for that reason. Don't hate me because I'm the adult in the room, along with all the other adults of the Knights of the White Table in the room, who actually have as our goal, not our aggrandizement, not our enrichment. Wait, I don't see all of that happening. In fact, I see Jason getting slandered all the time. There's no fucking aggrandizement. Fuck you, bitches. There ain't no aggrandizement for intelligence. There ain't no aggrandizement for education. There ain't no financial enrichment. There ain't nothing here but slandering me for doing the right thing. The white race, the vast majority of the white race, you can determine what you want to consider these people out there and what kind of characters they have. When somebody like me comes along and says, this is the objective, and I do it for years, and I'm right for years, and I stick with it even when all of the scum is slandering me, and you all just keep going with the scum, going with the scum, going with this. It's like shoveling the shit out of the fucking horse stall, just shoveling the shit out. Y'all just keep going with it again and again and again. It doesn't matter how many times Jason is right. You're going to keep slandering him and going with the scum. But it just so happens to be that I am the most, I got a lot of shit. I do a lot of shit wrong. I made a lot of errors in my life. But when it comes to white well-being, I am as pure as the driven snow, motherfucker. And you're going to slander, you're going to tell lies about me and the work that we're doing here. We're the only people doing work that care about actual human beings in our race. We are the only ones. What happened to all these people? We're going to have to get back to that story. All these people who gave their lives and time and put their faces out there and for this garbage that was never, they knew from the beginning was a grift, that was never going to go. They were never going to become, they were never the Nazi party. They were never going to take over. Pinovich laughing at you for calling him. What did they call him? What did they call him? The Führer, laughing at you for that shit on audio, laughing at you for calling him chairman. I'm the only one who cares about you dumbasses. And that's how you treat me. I'm the only fucking one. I'll never know who you are. I care about what ends up happening in your life, with your work, with your families. If you can make them, if you can hold on to them. I'm the only one. All the rest of them are like, let's play the game and call me chairman. And can you believe they're actually calling me that? These dumb fuckers. You know, I'm the only one. But slander me. Stick with that. Let's jump into. Oh my God. Can you tell? Can you tell? Let's go ahead and. Whoa. Civil War is coming. The movie. Predictive programming. I say about the movie here. I tweeted about it. Civil War is an upcoming American action war film. Have you heard of it? Written and directed by Alex Anti-White Garland of shit. The film stars Kristen, I'm an anti-white dunst, and other anti-white losers. Scheduled to come out April 26, 2024. 2024. So it's coming up, folks, just in time for the election, telling you exactly how to behave, exactly what to think. It's amazing. It's amazing, isn't it, how this happens? Let me pull it up on screen and we'll let you all see it. If you haven't seen it yet, I've made a couple little adjustments in the trailer. You'll notice. We'll pause too, so you can have a look at them, just in case you can't see as fast as Rapunzel, who can read entire pages of a book at a glance. I've seen it happen. I've talked about it. Let me know how the audio is.
The United States Army ramps up activity.
How is that relative to my audio? Anti-white psychological manipulation incoming. In case you didn't know.
19 states have seceded. The United States Army ramps up activity.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for saying the sound. I really appreciate the feedback. You know, what'd be cool right now is for everybody to jump on that little floaty heart thing and to like fill the live chat with like that trumpet. If the trumpet thing shows up, you like the party trumpet thing, go ahead, just like fill the screen with that, or any of the others that show up. Yeah, this thing off to the side. Yeah, somebody's already on it, like the hundreds. Yeah, baby. Here we go. Anti-white psychological manipulation incoming.
The White House issued warnings to the Western forces as
just in time for the election. Yeah, and yes, I added those bits.
well as the Florida Alliance.
So it's supposedly like a union of California and Texas seceding, along with some sort of alliance you can hear over the course of this with Florida and maybe some other states or counties, I guess, against President Donald Trump. And you'll see the depiction of President Donald Trump in just a moment.
The president assures the uprising.
Now, what this says to me is that the movie is supposed to serve two main purposes. And this is, we have to be the thinkers here, because you can see there aren't many other thinkers out there. There aren't many others. Okay. So, who at least are concerning themselves with the well-being of white people, not just the well-being of themselves. But you got to think about these things. This movie is going to function perfectly to scare people out of voting for Trump, out of voting for Republican. They're anti-white. And we already know we're going to vote for Trump, not because Trump is going to be white positive or do anything for white people. We're working really hard to get him to use some of the concepts. Keep your eyes open. Then he will be doing something for us. But otherwise, as we've talked about many times, he just gets in the way of anti-whites being able to do what they want as wildly and quickly and rapidly as they want to. Is there any doubt in your mind that things have been much more anti-white under this Biden term than they would have been had Trump remained in office, right? There's no doubt. So I'm 100% right. Fornell is 100% right. The great Franklin is 100% right. Biospirit of the West is 100% right. Reptile is 100% right. Sloths is 100% right. Yiz is 100% right. We could just go on and on here. We are right. All right? That's the bottom line. So it's going to be less anti-white with Trump in charge, and that angers anti-whites, rabid anti-whites. So this will scare some people out of voting for Trump because they'll think, oh my God, if Trump gets in office, then this is going to happen. There'll be a civil war in this country. So keep an eye out for other efforts to prepare the population prior to this movie even coming out for the idea that there will be a civil war. There's a likely civil war. There's a strong possibility of civil war if and when Trump gets elected. It'll all be part of the same endeavor to undermine Trump running for office. Don't doubt for a second that this will be able to scare people. There are, oh my God, there are millions of sewing circle females of both sexes. And by the way, Jason is saying something negative about females, but he did say both sexes. Well, I don't care what happens to men, though. They're just fungible. They're just useless shit. All that matters is girls are in charge. So men can't question them. Bullshit. Those days are over. Those days are over. So there are tons of these sewing circles that will get scared and will not vote for Trump. They might not vote for the alternative, but they will be afraid. And they might not go vote at all because they don't want to see civil war. Now, what's the other big stream or the other big vein of this sort of predictive programming? It is to teach anti-whites that if and when Trump is elected, it is wholesale disorder, refusing to obey orders, refusing the law of the land, refusing what the president wants to do, refusing what the Republicans in government want to do, even if it has to be violent. That is the other vein here. You'll see this guy is Donald Trump, the guy they chose for president. He looks like Trump. It doesn't get any more obvious. Okay? So this is what they're teaching them. Remember what I told you. And the anti-whites know this. The devious anti-whites who are wealthy, powerful, propagandists, etc., they are well aware of the fact that Donald Trump misunderstood anti-whites when he first got into office. He thought, like a businessman, he was going to be able to make deals with them, and that if he did right by them, they would do right by him. So that the art of the deal, if you remember his book, it's all about coming out on the other side so that you have, talking about game theory, you end up in a relationship that even though you might come out a little bit ahead of the other person is not scorched earth, and they'll be willing to do business with you again in the future, which is what you want as a businessman. Donald Trump did not realize, in my humble opinion, that he's dealing with psychotic, anti-white bastards, and that when he got into office and through the totality of his 4 years, there wasn't a chance in hell at being able to do business with them. Anti-whites, smart anti-whites, devious anti-whites are now more of the mind that Donald Trump is going to behave the way he should have behaved in the first term if he wins another term. And so it's not going to be enough. Remember how right Jason was? Jason was talking about the sheriffs, Jason disobeying. Jason was talking about the states disobeying. Jason was all the way around. And I told you exactly what Trump would have to do. Now, and I said, on day one or week one, if Trump was serious, he would have to drop the airborne on the border. 101st, 82nd Airborne, enough is enough. It's closed. He didn't do any of that. We knew then for the rest of the 4 years that he wasn't going to be serious. Now, what is he saying? Now he's saying for one day he's going to be, what word did he use? A tyrant, a dictator, or whatever for one day. And it's going to be to close the border and to drill for oil. Drill, baby, drill. So how is he going to close that border in one day? I wonder if the no white guilt guy is going to be right again. Is there going to be airborne drop on the border? 82nd Airborne is, if you're not aware, all American Airborne, they're meant to, the original point of them was for the defense of the United States. They have been shipped elsewhere. They were shipped to Nam in portions. They were shipped to the islands during Nam to deal with the communists that showed up there. They've been shipped some places, okay? But the real point is to be able to drop them on American territory to defend against invasion. Maybe Trump's going to do that. And you can see the anti-whites are already saying, with the predictive programming, it's not going to be enough for a sheriff to just disobey. Federal troops are going to show up. There are going to be standoffs. What's going to happen on that border if federal troops show up or they federalize the National Guard in these different Arizona, New Mexico, etc.? What's going to happen then? Is it going to be a face-off between SWAT, state police, SWAT, and etc. against the National Guards, federalized National Guards? Is it going to be the airborne sent in? Are they going to send in some of the great, beautiful, magnificent armored divisions? Infantry divisions, are they going to be sending those, and they're going to be standoffs there? The anti-whites are saying, if you do, we are messaging the population that we want them to physically fight back against you. That's what they're saying.
I seem will be dealt with swiftly.
Let me know if you want to try anything on.
I guess aware there's like a pretty huge civil war going on all across America.
Just wanted to point this out. I don't know what race this guy identifies as. I'm going to go ahead and guess not white. But once again, you see with anti-whiteism, the white woman is paired up all the time with either non-white guys or the least white guys that they can possibly find. And you can look back through history, anti-whites of all flavors participating, including anti-white Jews, participating in creating the entertainment. And everywhere you fucking turn, white women are paired up with non-white or the least possible white guys that they can find, the darkest. You can go back to the fucking 30s in this country. When in this country's history, I mean, when Edison wasn't behind it, were they pairing up white women that look like that with white men that look like that? When? No, it's always been find the one that looks the most like the non-white people in the outward expression. That'll be the one that we have the white women race after. And then they did that for decades. And then it was, well, bring in the non-white guys and then bring in. Now, I don't know if there's going to be any love tension here. That's why I put the question mark. But I bet you he's going to be shown as being this gallant guy. He's looking out. He's sacrificing for the white woman, just like every goddamn home security commercial you see in every Western country. Some white guy in a ski mask is trying to break in, and then she calls on the phone because, of course, she's a single mom and she's empowered and raise women up. Raise them up, Jason. If he's not raising them up for accolades, then he's not worth following or watching. So they're on the phone, and then some non-white guy or woman at the home security is like, oh, my God, a white man's outside. We'll send somebody right away. And then the non-white police officers show up to sweep in to take him away. So you watch. We'll see what happens in this.
We just try to stay out with what we
There are some little things I could talk to, but I don't want to take too long. Like from that scene right there, but
see on the news seems like it's for the best.
Bunch of Chinooks taking off, and they're like stealing armored vehicles for the or prepping. They're taking the armored vehicles out so the troops can invade or what have you. I guess that's the new flag of the resistance.
Citizens of America, the so-called Western force.
There you have right there the multiracial good guys. In this scene, you slow it way down. You can see this is a blonde woman. This is some kind of a I don't know, is he Hispanic? Is he Arab or whatever? This is definitely a black guy right there. Appears to be a black guy, I should say. Not sure about this one here. Might be another non-white guy. But it's always the multiracial good guys are taking down the awful white people. And when there are non-white people in the employ, it's because they've been duped, they've been tricked, they've been pressed into service. This is anti-white propaganda. It is the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. Think about how much further we'd be along if instead of decades of people saying, no, Jason, the Nazi party is the way to go. No, Jason, it's this, it's that, it's this. And they all fall and they're all failing everywhere. Just think if they had decided to listen to me instead.
Forces of Texas.
There he is, folks. There's your Donald Trump. His hair is the exact same going the other direction. That is the exact same hairdo, but combed the other way.
In California have suffered a very great defeat.
And there's the city. She's like in the city and seeing the federal government attacking. Now, remember, when Donald Trump, there was huge pressure from the population while he was in office. And when there was these different zones that were Chad, they were Chase, and they were naming them all these different things. And they're like, it's the independent zone. And here we just allow murders and rapes and drugs. And do you remember the video where they're like, the black guy, the anti-white black piece of shit is in the middle of this giant circle of people. And he's like, if there are any white people here, give up your money now to the non-white person closest to you to show how much you hate the white race. And the white people like dutifully, oh, yes, Yes, anti-white. Master. Yes. Remember that? Donald Trump, because of all the pressure, he decided just barely he was going to push just a little. I could tell you, I would do a lot different. I would be like this movie. And he pushed a little bit, and you had a couple of the instigators picked up by these undercover, unmarked cars that were sent by the feds. And they ganked these people right out of these areas, took them off, and in some cases, they had videos of this happening. This is what the anti-whites are trying to prepare people for, that and more, so that they'll have a violent, just shoot the feds is what they're saying. Just shoot them when they show up.
The hands of the United States military.
Mr. President, do you regret the use of airstrikes against the...
Another good guy. Gee, I wonder, this mystery meat guy in the back. Multiracial, mystery meat, monster cast of good guys. Another anti-white here.
American citizen.
And that's what matters, is that he's anti-white, not his mystery birth. And then here you go. Here are the jets coming in. Oh, God. And they're at the school. They're at the school when the jets fly over to kill people. Boy, and look at this. Look at this crowd here. You got the black woman, and you got this guy. He's got lighter skin, but I'm guessing what? Jew? What, Arab? I don't know. Non-white. And then you have, and they're all getting killed. Don't know about this guy. They're all getting killed by the white president Donald Trump at the school, at the church.
We're moving to...
And then here is the male protagonist that we showed you earlier. Here he is. He's like going to walk out there and give his... You got a guy up here on a 50 cal. Loving that. That looks kick-ass, doesn't it? Dot, 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 right through the engine block. He's out there just, oh my God, this is America is burning down around us. This is prepping people. Get ready, folks. Get ready. I told you there couldn't be a civil war, like a proper civil war, because there is not an oppositional pole of gravity. There could be, and what has to be at the center of a pole of gravity to oppose anti-whiteism? A moral imperative that defeats the anti-white immoral moral imperative. There isn't one. So all you can have is like a guy in charge, which so many white people, they think that's enough. Oh, it's a glorious lion, and that will be. No, you idiots. It's never worked. Jason is mean to us. My God, doesn't he know that we were raised to be treated like soft little kittens? My friends, the world that's coming to you, if you don't heed me and my stern words, the words that's coming to you, you will laugh about ever thinking that I was too rough on you. The world that's coming for you and your kids, Jason is a meanie.
To DC today.
Look at this.
You need to go down there.
Good. Those are more good guys right there. Having a look at the good guys. This is good. You got the white woman for now, white women. You see, for now. And then you got, there's this guy, whatever he is. I'm sure he does not identify as white. Then you got this other guy. He's I don't know. Maybe he identifies as black, but I think most black people are not going to own this one. And then you got this guy back here, and I think he is some sort of mestizo. But they're the multiracial good guys going to burn down the white race so that they can redefine what America is.
Down there.
As though America is a place on a map. Get it into your heads. America is in here in white people. That's it. America is in the biospirit of white people. It's not a place on a map for you to redefine.
It's
like a giant shopping mall. That's all it is. And you're just going to give it a new definition. Sorry.
Side in the Capitol. Every instinct in me says this is...
There, did you get a better look at this guy now, this actor? They're all probably wonderful human beings, but they are playing the anti-white, multiracial good guys in the movie.
What
Every time I survived a war zone, I thought I was sending a warning home.
And there's the president, blue-eyed, it appears, maybe green-eyed, but probably blue, smiling white man, obviously the bad guy. He's like, haha, you killed the, and I'm very interested to see, do they even allow this actor or encourage this actor to use Trumpian mannerisms? I wouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, they wouldn't have to because he looks enough like him, especially at the lectern. And here you have the multicolored nail polish on a male. This is a non-white guy with bleach blonde hair, and he's got multiple different colors nail polish. Therefore, you know he's going to be a good guy in this movie. Why? Because that is a white erasure of a norm that white males don't wear nail polish. That's something you don't do. That's one of our norms. It's something that females do. That's one of our norms. Now, a norm doesn't mean that there were no white guys that ever put nail polish on, or there's no circumstance where white guys might have nail polish on, but it does mean this is our norm. This is our expectation for behavior. So, ergo, you know, this right here is a good guy. And I'm guessing since he is set up here like a sniper, I'm guessing that he is probably out to take out the president, Trump, or some other high-profile white guy who is in charge of executing the attacks against the multiracial population.
But here we are.
There's some kind of misunderstanding here.
And then this is the ultimate. This one really infuriates me because this is a beautiful hair color. I don't think I put blonde here, but I think it's like strawberry blonde. This is a beautiful hair color that this guy has. Fair skin, beautiful. And every white guy like this, if he's going to get a job, it's going to be the villain or the idiot or the sexless loser or the guy who can't have sex or on and on and on. That's going to be the kind of roles in this anti-white Hollywood that is run by and operated by anti-whites of all races, including anti-white Jews. That's the kind of role that he's going to get. And that's the endless message sent to every white person out there in the West. This is what you are. You are the bloodthirsty, cold-blooded murderer of people who don't object to people on the basis of their birth. That's what you are. So he has captured them, him and another white guy. And you can see from this scene, they cold-bloodedly murder two innocent people, including one child.
What? Are you American? Okay.
So he says, we're Americans, okay?
Okay. What kind of American are you?
So, okay, what kind of American are you? So that's speaking directly to the anti-white narrative, bringing it to life on film. Remember that in your subconscious mind, you are living this as reality when you watch it. Even when consciously you know it's not reality and you say it's not reality, your subconscious mind cannot tell the difference. And you'll know that it can't tell the difference because you'll feel your body physically reacting to the movie. So there's like the big moment right there where he's like, well, what kind of American?
You don't know?
So there you have, there's one dead child you can see there. And you can see this is another white guy with a flat top. Also looks like he probably has light colored hair. And then the other dead one, an adult male over here in the field, and all like stiff and corpse looking. They're getting ready to kill this guy. Somehow, of course, he's going to live. Maybe the multi-colored fingernail guy saves them. And then, you know, he probably comes up to them to celebrate while copulating with a staffer from that Democrat senator. carries him like reverse piggyback style somehow.
Western forces will reach the White House on July 4th.
Oh my God.
So the Western forces are going to reach the White House to defeat Donald Trump.
Get in the car! Get in the car!
All empires must fall. So that's what they're saying about the United States. It's got to fall so it can more properly or more completely be remade as an anti-white hellhole.
You're gonna hang back.
I'm not hanging back.
One nation.
And of course, the females, you got her saying there, I'm not hanging back, because God knows the females, they just always been by their side. They're such heroes in right on the front line. I'm not, don't you dare tell me I can't come along for the little fighty thing. Don't you dare tell me, unless I'm PMSing and then I'm not going, because I'm not going to do anything you say. So there's Donald Trump.
Under God, indivisible.
And you know what this does in these movies? A big element of anti-whiteism that neuters white males so that they can't become white men. Again, ladies, you're going to complain about me saying that white guys can't become white men, is that in these movies, you see that the female always tells the guy, no, you are not going to leave me behind when it becomes dangerous and it's warfare and it's fighting and you are going to obey me, is what she's saying. And what happens every time? The guy obeys. And then she goes there and she serves some vital role, even saving the day. That if either she saves the day in toto or she saves the day by way of filling some sort of role that if she wasn't there, the guy would have lost. What happens in the real world then? When guys grow up from little boys seeing this again and again and again, instead of the man in our epics and our sagas, where we told the true stories of our men who stood up, men of the West, and took on our attackers, took on our adversaries. The reality was we said, sit your ass down. It's time for men to do men things. And they went and did that for the totality of our people. And it worked for the white race. What happens now? Well, the white male learns that the white female can give her opinion, sit down, and she has to be obeyed. And that if she isn't allowed to go into the contest of conflict as a partner in the defense of our people, if she's not allowed to do that, then we're just going to fail. And then you see all these white boys out there, no matter how old they get, behaving that way. Well, what is the missus think? I don't give a what she thinks. Are you asking about dinner? Are you asking about how to raise? Are you asking about taking care of the infant? Then yeah, what does she think? Defending our people, I don't give a shit. That's why they're all boys. That's why we're going down the shitter. Because you get people on the front line who want to accommodate, who want to placate the opposition, instead of wanting to smash their fucking faces in. That's the problem, metaphorically and, if need be, in self-defense, literally. That's the problem.
With liberty and justice for all.
See, that was one of the non-white females, spokesperson for the evil Donald Trump, pressed into service. And here you have the scene, white President Donald Trump hiding under the desk. When have you actually seen heroes of the white race do that? We see Arabs do that. I mean, a great example is Saddam Hussein. But this is what they say. Look at this. This is what the great leader does. How about Muammar Gaddafi? Did he fight until the end? No, he surrendered. You can go down a long list of them. And how smart that was, just to be tortured. I would go out like, what was his name? What was that movie? The drug lord. cocaine drug lord. What was that movie? Damn. I didn't watch the movie, but I have seen scenes from it. Scarface. That's right. Eric, Scarface. White Calling, Scarface. That's how Jason would go out. You damn well better know it. If it came down to that, oh, no, I'm going to jack myself up with a killer dose, and I'm going out with belt-fed weaponry, and I'm taking them all, motherfucker. I'm taking it all. Surrender. But this is how they want you to believe the white man behaves. He's hiding because he's just a cringing bitch. There's the Apache.
God bless America.
There you have it. Anti-white psychological warfare is your entertainment. Anti-white psychological warfare is your entertainment. And then we end with this, because this is the only way to free yourself. Oh, sure. You can go ahead and be an American first Christian and take a black nationalist who beds down white women as your leader, a la Kanye West. And you could take that as your leader because, what, he hates Jews too? Oh, good. You're going to make a great... That's a white positive movement. You all get together. It's strange bedfellows, literally bedfellows. Fellows is the optimal word here for the boy lovers. Bedfellows who are in this American first Christian nationalist nonsense, where they get into bed with everybody who hates Jews. Anybody who... How is that for the white race? It's always been nothing but excuses. They've always used, the white race as their excuse. It's just anybody who hates Jews. Anybody who hates Jews. It doesn't matter whether they're anti-white or not. The problem is that they work together. Imagine a group of people thinking that the problem is that other groups of people work together. I'm afraid that's a problem that you're never going to solve. They're always going to win. Every group of people who work together for their individual well-being by way of their group well-being are always going to win in the end. So they all want to get together, a bunch of individualists getting burned down, and they're all going to come together, and they're going to say, well, you hate Jews? Hop into bed. It's an orgy over here. It's an anti-Jew orgy. Or you could go the other direction, right, of going like the Nazi LARPer route. Right? Let's make another Nazi party. Hey, how about everybody down in Texas? When I went down to Texas and met up with a bunch of couple of champions from our cause, went down there, and they were the biggest group down there. The biggest group were these folks from the NJP. Oh, y'all were disrespecting me. Y'all were just wouldn't come close over to where, but a few of your people did, by the way. They sneakily came over. They know the condemnation from the folks at the top, but a few of your people came over, and looking over their shoulders, they're like, you're amazing, dude. Thank you so much for what you're doing. So I'm not including them, but I wonder how they feel now. How dumb do you feel now? How about the guy who was afraid to say hello, like come over and say hello to me, looked over a couple times because his heavy wife said, don't you dare. How about that one? Letting women be in charge. How about that one? Boy, that was a good decision. Let's do some more NJPing. There you have Civil War. What are your thoughts on that? You know I'm right. Before you say anything dumb, you know I'm right. We're going to briefly touch upon Hanna Payne, and I feel like Baldur and Gentile Gentlemen who brought this information to me, specifically Baldur, are going to cover this, are likely to cover this in much greater detail. So I just want to bring it to your attention. I don't know much about this case otherwise. Then we're going to go ahead and get into the audio, just a 5-minute audio. I've sped it up. So Sven is talking a little faster than normal. We're going to talk a little bit about this, and we're going to have some laughs, because when you're right, you are right. Hank is here. He says, Christmas greetings to all. No white guilt Western warriors. And he says, just watch that movie by Barack and Michelle Obama, Leave the World Behind. Total anti-white filth. Maybe we'll talk about that. Not today, but we'll talk about that. We also got this movie coming out. What is it? The Amazing Magical Negro or something is called. And another anti-white garbage where they actually say, they put it into a joke. And it's okay for them to satirize white people in the anti-white world. You can't satirize them in the anti-white world. They say the most dangerous animal on the earth, calling the white race animals, is the white race. In anti-white world, in anti-whiteism, could you refer to black people as animals? Much less the most dangerous? Much less while showing the data of their crime rates? Could you do that? No, absolutely not. You lose your job, you do everything, because it offends the anti-white immoral moral imperative. So all my life, I've had people saying, you can't do this, and then complain about it and stomp their little foot about these guys who never become men. They stomp their little feet or big, ugly, stinking feet about how it's not fair. And I say, how are you a grown male? It's not fair. How are you a white man? It's not fair. And then that is the substance of their resistance. And there I am, a young man, the only guy with any balls. I got to walk around with a goddamn hoodie upside down so the hood can hold my balls because there's nothing but boys around me. And you wonder what happens to the following? What happens to when you choose somebody to be like your inspiration, when you choose somebody to be your inspiration and you're choosing NJPers and Kanye Westers and all of this kind of stuff, it's no wonder that the movements look like this. It's no wonder you're choosing like the Lil Nickies. You're choosing. It's no wonder it looks the following looks like that. Ain't nobody choosing the man of the West in any large numbers that you have seen, except unless they want to just name it. No, none of them. No Jacksons. No, like they're like, we need to be more like Jackson, and then they go start an NJP or we need to be more like, no, they don't do any of it. Teddy Roosevelt. No, the guy gets shot and gives a speech. And he's like, they just shot me before I got up on stage to give this speech. How many of you all even know that? Before I got up here to give this speech. But I just want them to know that not even shooting me is going to stop me from my work for this country. There ain't nobody who's LARPing. Ain't nobody who's playing. Ain't nobody who's scared of the truth going to be able to be a man like that. Are you joking? Me and the men of the West in service to white well-being here, and the women of the West in service to white well-being here, we are the only ones worthy of imitating. If the totality of the white sympathetic sphere decided to hold us up as inspiration, boy, shit would change real fast. Let's take a look at quick look at this woman, Hanna Payne. We also have the possibility for news, another monument coming down, the Reunification Monument or something like this it's called, in Arlington Cemetery. If not today, maybe we'll get to it on Wednesday. Not Tuesday, Wednesday is the plan, unless I change that, but I'll let y'all know. I think it's Wednesday that we'll be back for a roll-in. And it's like the Reunification Monument between the United States and the states that seceded. They're taking that down. It's also a marker for all of the unmarked Confederate, which means American, dead. but they were white, and we got a white erased history. That's all got to go. All right, let's see about Hanna Payne and find out her story right now. Hanna Payne sentenced to life for murder of a man during a citizen's arrest. That's what they're calling it here, a citizen's arrest. What is
Hanna
it?
Payne, the 25-year-old Clayton County convicted killer, learned her fate. She will spend the rest of her life behind bars. But the Clayton County...
It's the rest of her life plus like 14 years. And she'll have parole after like 42 years or something. And she's 25. So life's good. Life's done. Life's done for her. Effectively and quickly, what happened was there was an auto accident involving a black guy and someone else. Who knows who it was. And the police showed up, and this black guy decided, well, I'm just leaving. And I don't know that if they had his information. I don't know. Apparently the cop asked Hanna, did you get his plate? So Hanna had not gotten his plate, and she didn't know if anybody else had gotten his plate. Who knows how bad? I didn't see anywhere about how bad the injuries were to the occupant or occupants of another car. But this vile piece of shit decided he was going to hammer somebody with a vehicle and then just drive off. And you know what would have happened is if they didn't have the license plate, he would have gotten away with it. He would have just crashed into them and driven off. He would have gotten away with the injuries. They would have, all of their health insurance would have had to pay for it. Their auto insurance would have had to pay for it. He has no accountability, no responsibility. God, it's kind of like this angelized group just gets away with everything, almost all the time. Every time we turn around, it's another freedom from responsibility. Oh, he drove off. Did you get his license plate? Why didn't a police officer just shoot the tires out or whatever? Throw some lead into this car. You're in an auto accident and you just decide drive off. This is, how can that happen? It is the white erasure of our mores, of our system of jurisprudence, laws, standards, etc. If this guy knew that he lived in white America, which is the only real America, in my opinion, because what they make of it is definitely not white. What anti-whites make of America is definitely not white. If he knew he would be executed for this, or he would spend the rest of his life in jail or whatever, he would have been less likely to drive off. But instead, he decided, well, there's not much for me to worry about here. I'm going to be handled with kid gloves because he's black. And so he decided he's going to drive off, in my opinion. So, disregarding our laws and norms and customs, that makes him anti-white. He decides he's just going to leave. So Hanna says, hey, and there's a lesson here for white people. We see the white erasure of our norms and standards everywhere. Wholesale shoplifting, wholesale robbery of stores. A third of the office space in what city was it? Empty now. Is it San Francisco or whatever? Our economy being crashed by the white erasure of our norms and standards in various ways, which is something that we have to suffer from. And we watch people, and inside of us, we hate seeing this because why? It's our instinct. It's our biospirit. Our biospirit says, and this is why it's important. It's not the abstraction of the economy coming down that is increasingly harms us. It's that when we look at somebody harming society, it's an affront to us. It's an affront to our instinctual nature. We want them to be punished. We want them to suffer. That's normal for us. All right? So when they take it away, it's not some like societal or global norm. It's our norm that's being taken away. So we look out and we see this happening. What does that do to us? It's an assault on our psyche. It's an assault on our spirituality. when we're forced to witness people thieving and destroying and driving away from car accidents, etc., we feel injured by it. Hello, non-white world. I got a message for you. I can't speak for you. I'm not non-white. I can speak for white people. White people feel physical, spiritual, psychic injury when we see people destroying our civilization. That's what we feel. And we feel an urge to stop them. We feel an urge to punish them. That's a good thing. It is that urge. It is that emotion. It is that desire that creates the civility of Western civilization. If you look at it and you say, oh, it's wrong. It's wrong for them to feel this way. Like it's some sort of something that is outside of white people. And we just adopted it. It's just like building blocks. It's just like Legos from here. We'll just take a little bit of that and a little bit of this. If you look at it like that, then you'll never understand. We see somebody shoplifting, running off with the goods. We don't think, oh, that business, that's the first thought is not that business is going to suffer, especially if it's some like multinational company. We're not thinking that. Our first thought is that's an affront against our civilization, our society. It's an injury to me because society is supposed to look a certain way that I project onto the world. All races project their instinct onto the world. We project our instinct onto the world. It's supposed to look a certain way. When there's a violation of that, we feel discord. We feel disharmony. We want to stop the discord. Like in a symphony, and you've got one person just like braying on a trumpet in some discordant way against the music that's being played in the symphony. What would you want to do? You'd want to split his or her head open for doing that. Metaphorically, you'd want to take the trumpet away and run over it several times and say, that's what you get. If you're white, I'm telling you how we feel. I'm not talking for other people. So there's a lesson here that when civil Western civilization is disrupted in our lived experience, it is a physical, mental, and spiritual injury to white people when we see it, when we learn about it. It is an injury to us. Yet another reason why you don't go around just saying, well, the problem will be when you genocide us. That's the concern, is that at some point in the future, you might genocide us. And so we're worried about this thing called white and then the word genocide. No, I'm injured right now. Hanna Payne is injured physically, mentally, and spiritually right now. Deep wounds when we have to witness this shit. And worse yet, we have to end up stopping ourselves from arresting this injury to ourselves. We have to allow ourselves, in fact, to be injured by anti-whites. Injure me some more. Drive the dagger into my spirit and my brain and my heart more deeper. Because we know that if we intervene on behalf of our projection into the world, that is considered immoral in the anti-white, immoral, moral imperative under which we live. That is the social morality of anti-whiteism. If you don't like it, we have a way to change it. It's called Go Free. It's the Go Free method. It's very simple. You use concepts that change the story you're living in. It changes the morality from which that story is lived, experienced, and expressed. You don't have to understand how it all happens. You don't understand how they fix your neuropathy. You don't have to understand how they fix your heart valve. You just are happy it can be done. So we then have to stop ourselves and say, don't intervene in the shoplifting. Don't intervene in the anti-white terrorism of 30 anti-white blacks running into a store, knocking white old women to the ground while they rip goods off of shelves, and videos of this everywhere. And then these anti-white blacks hooting and hollering with glee, flee from the store. And we have to just stand there
and not do anything and suffer the injury of an affront to our instinct, our spiritual, biological instinct. We have to do nothing, because if we do something, we're going to go to jail for life plus 14 years. Now, I don't know all the details of this specific case. I'm speaking generally. Hanna witnessed this accident. This black guy who caused the accident apparently caused the accident, decided he was going to flee. Police officer says to her, "Did you get the plate?" No. She thinks nobody got the plate. She gets in her car to pursue. She pulls in front of him so that he can't drive further in a turning lane. She gets out of her car, walks back to him with speakerphone on and 911 on the phone. And she says, "I've got 911 on the phone. We know you caused this accident. The operator is saying for both me and you to return to the accident." At that point, this black guy grabs her hand and yanks her into the car. How far, I don't know. She, at that point, fears for her life, naturally, as he presses on the accelerator and rams her parked car. She then reaches for her gun to save her life. And there's a struggle, supposedly, over the gun, and he is shot. Hanna claims she never had her finger on the trigger. I wasn't there, I don't know. He gets shot, he dies. A anti-white black judge judging the, not Hanna, but the white race in every one of these cases, in my opinion. And a non-white jury, or predominantly non-white jury, Baldor is still looking into that, predominantly non-white jury down in Georgia, so I imagine it is, if you've ever been to Georgia. You know, the devil went down to Georgia. He don't go there anymore. We'll just put it that way. And this jury, this non-white jury, decides guilty of the worst degree of murder possible, and which ends up in the longest possible sentence for a 25-year-old who made a really dumbass decision, in my opinion. A really dumbass decision. But they were not judging. Make no mistake. That jury by 12 is also carrying by 6, because they've ended her life. It's done for this white female. She's finished. Lifetime in jail. This is every courtroom for white people in our once great country of South Africa. And I was on with Scott Balson this past week over on Loving Life TV. Make sure you watch that discussion we had about South Africa, and a little broader to climate doomsdayers and all of this. Check it out over on that channel. It's a great discussion and not as long as my normal stream. So check it out. Packed and glorious as always. Rhodesia, same way. Every jury, every judge, and increasingly across the rest of the West. Just know that. You're going to be an offender bender. It's going to be anti-whites in the place of the judge, and if there's a jury trial, in the jury. And it's always going to be the white race on trial. You go to prison and you want to come before the parole board. Who's going to be on the parole board? Anti-whites, people, vagues living in the anti-white narrative, viewing you through the lens of the total. You become just the avatar of Western kind. Imagine that. Imagine Hanna becoming the avatar of all of Western kind for these anti-white monsters to decide the sentencing, to decide what crime she's guilty of. From a cursory look and a lay position, it would be, in my opinion, at worst, involuntary manslaughter. If it's the same definition in Georgia, I don't know. But she made a bad decision. She should have just gotten his plate, maybe taken a photo of him, his face and everything. She could have pulled up beside him, gotten a photo of his face, gotten a photo of the car and the plate, and then left. When she decided to engage, she created a scenario where his misdeeds, his criminal behavior, caused an escalation that resulted in her and her weapon, her tool of self-defense, resulting in his death. So she should not have, and even then, I'm saying worst case scenario, even then, in a healthy system, who knows what she would have been found guilty of or not guilty of. Why shouldn't she be allowed to approach somebody who broke the law and say, the 911 operator wants you and me to go back to the crime, without being assaulted and attacked and having to defend herself? So in a healthy system, nothing, she probably wouldn't have been charged. In a system that's not white erased, she wouldn't have even been charged. But in today's America, and what's it going to be like in tomorrow's America? What other tack-on charges will be added just because you're white?
County judge did say she is eligible for parole.
Earlier this week, a jury found her guilty of killing a man in 2019 who left the scene of a traffic crash that she wasn't even directly involved in. Fox 5's Tyler Fingert was in the court.
Like, no, the reporters have no semblance of righteous indignation. And folks, share this Going Free gathering on your social media. Share what we're talking about. Share that no white guilt is right again. The guy just gets it right and gets it right and gets it right, so that thinking people can come here and find something that will benefit them in their lives. They will never give me $1, or almost assuredly never give me $1. They will almost assuredly never praise me. They will almost assuredly never praise my intelligence or education or my efforts, but their lives will be made better. And that's what I want for them. Who else does that for you? And then it's got to be the worst of humanity that would criticize and lie about this. Motherfuckers, I swear to God. So no sense of like indignant. If we had communicated, if people had been listening to me and our white positive morality was in society and these people have been exposed to it, they would not be able to read this story without the expressions that would go along with the idea, the notion that, can you believe this? Can you believe this? That this woman is charged and then going to jail for this 25-year-old young woman is going to prison for the rest of her life? Like, why shouldn't she be able to defend herself if she's attacked by some anti-white monster? Why shouldn't she be allowed to do that? That would be on their faces. But because I promise you this, if Hanna had been black, oh boy, if Hanna had been a Jew, if Hanna had been a mestizo, some sort of a Mexican, Central South American, Asian, if Hanna had been anything but white, Hanna had been anything but white, these people would have been like, can you believe it? This young woman, her whole life is gone. That would have been coming through in their emotions, in their expressions. This is how we change the world. Look at what Jason's talking to you about. I'm talking about changing the world for the benefit of us all, for the Hannas to come. I'm not talking about getting me on somebody else's stream so that I can be more popular. That is what these doom grifters do out there. Those are the actual doom grifters. They're always talking about how they can get on another stream and why aren't they on another stream and why are they, that's what they do. I'm talking endlessly for decades about how to help people I'll never fucking know.
Courtroom for the sentencing.
Lots of tears in a Clayton County courtroom for the sentencing of Hanna Payne, the siblings of the man.
What's the deal with this guy, the way he's holding that microphone? How weird. Just grab it, buddy.
She killed, asked the judge to give her the...
I take that back. Just get a handful of it. Come on, fella. Stop being so wimpy and really grab a handful.
Max. Ultimately, the judge sentenced her to life in prison with the possibility of parole plus 13 years.
13 years.
With him.
So life in prison plus 13 years, and then with the possibility of parole. So imagine how long you got to be in jail, if you're white, especially, before you get the possibility of parole. So good behavior the entire time. By the way, if you're white, you're getting physically assaulted all the time. Will that be held against you? Of course. Chauvin style. They'll be coming after you just like Chauvin style. She killed a black guy.
Handcuffs on her wrists and wearing her jail uniform, Hanna Payne learned Friday she won't get out of prison for a long, long time.
The court will impose a sentence of life with a possible.
And look, she ain't the prettiest thing that's come along, but that doesn't mean there's any less value to her. This is a young white woman. She's one of our sisters. Stand up like a champion. Stand up and do the right thing. And generally speaking, since our norms, since we extend to everybody, this would be, if this were a non-white female or a non-white male being handed down this totally unjust, I would be objecting to that as well.
Of parole.
Hanna Payne's eyes filled with tears as Clayton County Judge Jules Scott gave the convicted killer life for the malice murder charge. Payne was also sentenced to 13 additional years to be served consecutively for the other counts in the 2019 killing of 62-year-old Kenneth.
And why isn't his age taken into consideration? I mean, they gave her, like, obviously this anti-white, non-white jury. And we're still looking into this to make sure it's all but it might be predominantly non-white. It is Georgia. But why didn't they take his age into consideration as well? They're acting like she killed a child, and the child that had his whole life ahead of him.
Herring.
So justice has been done.
What's the average lifespan of a black male? I mean, how close was this guy already to the end of his days? And you're going to take a 25-year-old in a questionable circumstance about, did she even pull the trigger? They were fighting over the gun. Did she even pull the trigger? According to the testimony that I read, which I skimmed, granted. But you're going to sentence a 25-year-old to life? I wonder right now, you all know I live outside of Washington, D.C. How many 25-year-old black males are killing each other and white people and everything, and they get life in prison plus years on top of that? Wonder how often that happens. Right here in D.C.
Here for Kenneth Herring.
A jury.
I mean, it's like, I know it can't be many, because every one of them, when we learn about another that's caught, we find out, oh, he's already been arrested for this and that and the other thing that he should have been in prison for the rest of his life. But no, he's free again to kill somebody else's loved one of any race.
He found Payne guilty of following Herring after he left the scene of a crash, eventually cutting him off and firing the bullet that killed him.
Now, I told you the whole story, and they're just telling you, and I imagine the great Baldur and Gentile gentleman, the great Gentile gentleman, they might dig into this more.
Paying the price for taking a life.
She's paying the price for taking a life. Imagine this, ladies and gentlemen, South African style. We're going to be getting on into the NJP and Kanye West bullshit in just a moment, and you'll see my smile go around my head, so that hopefully people will learn. I'm holding my breath, I should say, about being able to learn, but hopefully some will learn, and maybe I'll never know them, but their lives will be greatly improved from learning from, yet again, Jason being right yet again about another group and their vehicle, their ideology, etc.
He's got national
But imagine this, the future. There'll be some 99-year-old black guy that ends up dying as a consequence of some sort of accident with like a 17-year-old white guy, and that 17-year-old white guy will be executed because he took a life of an angelized black person. Black or Jew. Be a 99-year-old Jew who the 17-year-old white guy accidentally kills, and he's going to be executed for it. That's the South African Rhodesian Paris future for white people. This is the arc of anti-whiteism.
Tension, but Clayton County District Attorney Tasha Mosley says they don't believe the murder was race-related.
And they don't. The judge and the prosecutor, was the prosecutor also black? They don't believe it was race. So you start with this premise. What did I tell you? That Hanna was the avatar for all of Western kind. She's on. She is at trial for all the evils that the white race has ever committed in the anti-white narrative, a fiction. You think you have a chance in hell? They start off by saying, we don't think, out loud at least, that race had anything to do with it. But race will have everything to do with it when we contemplate. And what race matters here? I mean, are you going to be another NJPer or another Kanye Wester? The race that matters here is our race, the white race, the victimized race. The black race is not the race that matters. Them being black doesn't make them the automatically anti-white. And even if that were the case, even if blacks were all automatically birthed anti-white, even if that were the case, that would be a destructive way to contemplate and to attempt to deal with the challenge of our victimization. There are different ways to view challenges and problems in the world. You can put it on a personal level, and that will make it easier to understand. If you can't contemplate that there are challenges in your world that you could approach different ways, and some of those ways to remedy those challenges will be destructive for you, and others will be constructive, and others will not only be constructive, but they will come out beautifully resolving the problem for everyone involved. If you're not able to see that, then maybe you are meant for the NJPing and Kanye Westing. Maybe that is the place where you should be. The race that matters here, the race that's being considered, the race that's under the microscope is ours. That is the racial element of it. And my friends, if we could communicate this to the totality of our brothers and sisters across the West, the hundreds of millions of us, tiny compared to the world's population, if we could convince them, if we can get to them, and we are doing that here, that's what the Go Free method does, is it gets them to understand. People who say nothing is racial, you can't say anything about racial. People coming to understand that racial is about us. The target is us. So like the meme I created, that being able to identify the anti-white is not being pro-white. That's what our brothers and sisters need to hear. Because they understand in their hundreds of millions that to be pro-white is to victimize non-white people. Because in their minds, taught to them by the anti-white narrative, the only way white people can have well-being is to victimize non-white people. And then people like the NJPers, these other Nazi LARPers of different varieties, etc., the American first Kanye West worshipers, and etc., they go around all day long saying you've got to victimize non-white people for us to have well-being. Do you see now how that is not going to help? I mean, how clear can I make this? How perspicacious can I make this? How lucid, how pellucid can I make this for you? Our brothers and sisters in their hundreds of millions are not going to participate in anything for our well-being if they believe that it has to to achieve it, we have to victimize non-white people. And then it's kind of weird that money comes in for groups like NJP. Money comes in and articles are written about in mainstream media about people like Little Nicky. And all they do all day long is say that if white people are going to have well-being, we've got to harm non-white people. It's kind of a fucking odd coincidence, isn't it? It's kind of like the anti-whites are ensuring that white people will never fight for our well-being, aren't they? They have taught the white population that the most immoral thing in the world is to harm white people for your white well-being, and that you can only have well-being if you harm non-white people. And then the only people they allow to be popular, the only people they allow to get message out everywhere are the ones that say the exact same thing. That you have to harm non-white people to have white well-being. These arguments are DOA. They're dead on arrival. They have always been. Jay Spurging has always been dead on arrival. Being anti-black has always been dead on arrival. Oh, there's race involved. It just doesn't happen to be their race. It's ours. The victims. My God. With intelligence, I can only be right so many times. I can only make it so clear. I mean, I guess God himself is going to have to come down and tell you all that this is the way to go. Guess God himself is going to have to do that.
She called the sentence a victory and says even if Payne eventually gets parole, she'll still have to serve at least 43 years.
When you look at 43 years and you're 25, all the good years are gone.
Listen to how she says that. All the good years are gone. Oh, she just loves victimizing the white race. There's race here. Oh, there's race. Oh, there's race. It's just not the black race. Oh, there's race. But you better bet all these others, they're going to be talking about the blacks. They're going to be redirecting you. They're going to be getting their money, just like NJP, with that big financial donor, paying all of these other groups out there in the white sympathetic sphere. Dollars, baby, dollars. Let the NJP speak here. Let the NJP come in here. Dollars showing up. Biggest mainstream organs in media talking about this guy or that guy, and all of them telling you the problem, the black race. Wonder why that is. And then you have anti-whites of different levels. The obese one that looks like a blobfish next door. Oh yeah, I'm saying that fat is unhealthy. For all those out there who don't like when Jason criticizes morbid obesity. That blobfish next door, that anti-white, all the way up to anti-whites who give millions to political entities across the West. They all decide when they see a villain from the anti-white narrative, when you play that in the real world, they decide to attack you. Oh yeah, that shouldn't be a mystery. But what is not a mystery is that when they fire on you, it doesn't mean that you're doing something that harms the anti-white narrative. That's the big problem. Getting censored and attacked by anti-whites at various levels doesn't mean you're doing anything right. It just means you're playing their villain. Do you really honestly think, are you all so, and I don't mean the men and women of the West who are here, the champions who are here, but the ones maybe who are watching, maybe hate watching, maybe we'll watch later, maybe yet to come, I don't know. Do you really think that the anti-whites, as devious psychological warfare operators, as devious and as successful as they have been, that they would put a fucking neon sign, goddamn, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas light display show over the thing that will actually harm them? Are you really that dumb? Are you actually that stupid? You all will finally figure out too late. The white sympathetic sphere will figure out too late when I'm dead and gone, and you can no longer reach me for answers. You'll figure out too late. That was the last hope. Why don't we go ahead and move into NJP, and let's take a look at Kanye West. I wrote about Kanye West, and I said here, the white woman screwing black nationalist hero of American first Christian whites, anyone pushing this low IQ, anti-white black dingleberry in need of antipsychotic medication is not concerned with the well-being of white people. And the NJP that I said was a joke and would fall apart after harming its supporters like every other Nazi LARPer group has fallen apart. Has absolutely, like a cartoon, fallen apart. I say, slander me all you like, bitches. I'm right again. Farrakhan God shit. Is that what he starts off saying? Let's get him up on screen and y'all can tell me. We're not going to watch all of this ranting of this low IQ. And I've had enough of you, America First Christians, you Christian nationalists, writing me about how I don't know anything. Kanye West is a genius. I'm an imbecile. Jason's a fool. Jason's an imbecile. Jason is a Jew. Jason is working for the Jews because he doesn't want to worship this drug-addled, psychotic black nationalist who beds down white women in his psychotic low IQ rantings. Had enough of you losers. Had enough of you boy lovers. Let's have a look at this guy suffering Ye's law, hating on all Jewish people. This guy, and what's happening here at this event? Oh, he's going off. He's exploding after bailing on all those folks that were supposedly with him for his run for president. After bailing and shitting on all of them and bailing on them, firing them and bailing on them. He goes off with his wife. What race is his current wife? Is she white? Is she half white? What is she? Can he pick a black woman? Can he pick like an obvious black woman? He's a black nationalist. Oh, but yeah, he's also a Jew, by the way. He's the real Jew, by the way, right? He's one of these real Jews, by the way, is what he says. Then blaming all the Jews. His wild ranting at this podcast in someone's house or whatever it is yelping. I don't know if you've ever heard, if you're a guy and you've been in a fight and the other guy's like, I give up. That's what's happening here. He's throwing a tantrum because he is still suffering Ye's law. He's going back to blaming all of Jewry again, all Jewish people on planet Earth, because some of them are willing to work together with other Jewish people to benefit themselves by way of benefiting their community, which is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful, it's a beautiful, can you believe Jason is not? See, it's a sickness when you look at that kind of behavior and you condemn it. You are sick when you do that. And that doesn't come from the anti-white narrative. Unless you want to broaden the discussion to the encouragement of selfish individualism. But that selfish individualistic tendency, proclivity is in white people. So to look at groups of people working together and to condemn it, you're seeing deep illness. But you're seeing this guy yelp. He condemns all Jewish people? Of course. Jews who are not anti-black. Like, how many times does Jason have to be proven right? Just how many times? Jews who are not anti-black. And we can say the same thing about Jews who are not anti-white. Jews who are not anti-black are going to come to the defense of other Jews if the Jews I'm talking about are of the mindset that they're going to defend their people against slander. They don't have to be anti-black to come to the defense of their people when somebody like Kanye West says all Jews are doing this and all Jews are doing that. And this is he's no cause. He's created no cause. He was a billionaire. What did he have? 2.5 billion. Now he's under 500 million in net worth. That's a shit ton of money that's gone and falling. And I don't know how. I probably can't play much of this because I think he's going to cuss. I know he cusses, but let's just see.
Fucking around with our contract.
Right away.
Ari Emanuel, your brother fucked up my city. Your brother turned Obama hair white. Rahm Emanuel, y'all don't do y'all facts. Oh yeah,
and he's being serious there. He's saying all the Jewish people turned Obama's hair white. That's called age. I've heard him talk about that before, where he's like, "Oh, you see how Obama look when he go in there, and you see how he look when he come out." Yeah, it's a concept called aging. It's a concept called aging, and when you're younger, it happens slower, so that you can have a 5-year gap. And if you're very young, there won't be much difference. But then as you get older, 5-year gaps, pretty big difference. And when you have a lot of stress, like positions like president of the United States would incur, that encourages the aging process. That's what stressors do, especially to things like hair follicles. But he has said, oh no, it's all the Jews made his hair go white, made him get wrinkles.
Talk about entertainment. Let me tell you, anybody ever talk to my red?
And he threw out somebody, a supporter there in the audience. I saw in another clip. He threw out a supporter because she was just supporting him too much when he wanted to be the only one allowed to speak. He's like, get rid of her. Get rid of her.
How y'all put me in a fucking hospital? Fucking Chinese.
So the Jews put him in the hospital.
Water torture.
And it's putting him in the hospital is Chinese water torture.
Oh yeah, million questions. Everybody around me tell me.
If he starts saying the word that non-white content creators are able to say on platforms like YouTube, but white people lose their channels for, I will not play that. I will have to stop the moment he does that.
I can't wear, nigga, you can't.
Okay. That's the end of that. That is the end of that. So he's going to be saying that. What is the... So he goes on and on and on. I mean, it's just an insane rant. What race is this female? Anybody know? I'm just wondering. She's got to have at least a lot of white genetic heritage. A lot of white genetic heritage. Could you imagine supposedly caring about white people and whether or not we exist, and biological white erasure ceases our existence? Could you imagine saying that you care about that, but then holding this guy, and he's got white women around, marrying and bedding down white women, as your leader? They obviously don't care. And content about white people and content creators who are pushing this guy, and they're saying, big win for us, big win for us. By the way, I do have to mention these people who are really just fans. That's all they are. Not really just, but I mean, literally just fans. And they look at what's going on in the political world, the socio-political world, the economic world, when it comes to like Elon Musk, and they will declare victory about things that they had nothing to do with. I was sent a video, this was a couple weeks back, of Lil Nicky saying big win for the Groypers because some congressman that he didn't know anything about, that they hadn't supported, that they've done nothing for, decided he was going to vote against a declaration in Congress that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. So his audience went crazy with this big victory for us. The Groypers did it again. The politician, these little boylets didn't even know existed. Big victory. Do you want to? These people aren't doing anything in the world. This is absolutely asinine. And so then when this guy's going to come out and a bedfellow of hating Jews is going to have a rant, he's going to squeal off. He's not sounding off. This bitch is squealing off. This anti-white bitch is squealing off because of his own words have brought this down. Ye's Law, named after him by yours truly, has brought down the wrath of a community of people, a percentage of an overall group of Jews who decide, no, you're not going to slander the whole group of us, and so we're going to shut you down. He brought that down on himself. And then they're going to point to this right now, and all over the America Firsters and the other clowns who for them, it's a big joke. There are clowns out there with much bigger audiences that are celebrating this guy. Much bigger. They got like 20, 30,000 watching live, celebrating this rant. Is funny. It's great. It's a big victory for our team of bears, for our team of salt shakers, for our team of all leading to perdition. Your team of what? You're just a bunch of anti-Jewish losers. That's all you are. You're not doing shit. You got a psychotic anti-white who is going off on Jews and suffering the consequences of it. Everybody needs to reject this. Everybody who cares about the white race, Western civilization, needs to reject this. Don't you dare get in a bed with this. Could you imagine? I mean, literally imagine a bed. And you got this little guy over here and this little salt shaker over there and this little bear over here and others. And they're all like, as this guy right here in this anti-Jewish bed is on top of a white woman. And they're all like, yeah, we're winning. Yeah, this is for the white race. Yeah, it's for America, man. It's for America. Come on, we're going to bring them down now. This is all for America. This is for the white race. This is for Christianity. Oh, is it for Christianity? Is it for Catholicism, bitches? Is that what it is? Yeah, pile on the black guy laying on top of the white woman. Getting disgusting. Big audience. Can you believe Jason complains about all these white people in their tens of thousands who get into bed with all of these other Jew haters? It's a big Jew hating bed. And then they cheer for Kanye West, who now should just be called Sir Ye, just because he's on top of a white woman and breeding and reproducing, and one white woman this week and one. You're going to take all the funds from a sale of White Lives Matter shirts. And he had a conversation with an anti-white Jewish guy about how it's a big joke. He's going to take all the money from the sales and he's going to give it to black-run organizations for the good of black people. That's what we should be. And when they're all in this anti-Jew bed. Then you right beside them, you have the NJPers just piss in the bed, making fun of their followers. Their followers are going out into the world. They're being emboldened by, we got a Nazi party now, so I'm going to go to work and say, hail this guy, hail that guy, lose your job, lose your family. You're going to go out in public, have your photograph taken, and by anti-white Jewish organizations that take your photograph, then they pass it on to anti-whites in the federal government of all races. And now these people are going to have their lives ruined. And now they're pissing the bed. And now they're like, well, we're going to fold this sucker up. Didn't work. Didn't make us enough grifting money. So we're just going to fold. It's actually adversely affecting the other grifts. And so we're just going to fold that up. You're all in the same bed together. A bunch of just Jew haters. That's all. And Jason is just can you believe Jason disagrees? He complains about that all the whites are going. You know what? He should just side with them, and then they won't dislike him. That's what he should do. He should just side with them, and then he'll be liked. Really? That's the remedy? You know, you all think, you know, you all slander and condemn me. You all condemn me because I'm different. Well, I condemn and laugh at you because you're all the same. Jewish people don't need me to defend them. White people do. Blacks don't need me to defend them. White people do. Hispanics, Arabs, Asians, they don't need me to defend them. White people do. I got a problem with anti-whites. Anti-white blacks, anti-white Jews, anti-white white people, anti-white Indians, anti-white Arabs. You know what? I've never had a problem with keeping jobs. I've never had a problem with co-workers. I've never, unless they were radically anti-white, then I want them to go away. But they all know, they all respect me because they know I've only got a problem with anti-white. I got no problem pointing out anti-whites. Not going to condemn anybody for something they can't control. That's not part of anti-whiteism. That's just being a sane, rational, moral human being. I mean, what kind of third world tribalism condemns people, for example, for being born albino? Well, that's what you're doing when you say this whole race, this whole group over here, that whole group over there. It's called being white, to not condemn people for something they can't control. Motherfuckers, that's what it's called. It's called being white. It's called being a Westman. It's called being a man and woman of honor. That's what it's called. So that's what this loser is up to. Why don't we, anybody following this guy is an enemy of the white race, is an enemy of Western civilization. And any claim to the otherwise is just the excuses, just the pretexts to keep them going. So why don't we go ahead and see what's happening over there at NJP?
Come on, Mike. Eric Stryker is the biggest parasite Mike has ever had because Eric Stryker thinks that Mike is the parasite on him, and fuck that.
It's going to be some cuss words, but at least he's white. So fortunately, he doesn't use words in this audio that I object to the use of. Let me just put it that way. Racial slurs and the rest. This is Sven, apparently. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is Sven. He is the one, if you all remember you watching me. Give a shot, give an amen, give an hallelujah, give a hoorah. You've heard me when I've referenced these people, and I stayed away from these people. You've heard me refer to the blonde guy that has the talent, the talented one, the creative one, okay? The smart one. When I've talked about this group, this is the guy called Sven. He could hate me. I don't know. I don't care. He could think I'm a loser. I don't know. I don't care. But apparently, I was right about him. He is the creative one. He is the smart one over there. He is the one that produces the different works and immaterial of whether or not I find that they're funny. I know I've heard from people who are followers of the material that he produces, and they've told me you're not going to like it because it's more of a lowbrow humor and they think it's really funny. And I say, okay, well, that's, whatever. Good for you. But this is the guy who's got the talent. He's talking here and he's fed up. Now, if you all didn't know, Greg Conti was over there and he was like a purist. I've met Greg a number of times over the years, and he was like a purist. I guess he really wanted something real. When I say that something real, by that I mean he really wanted to create a Nazi party in America. And he was head to head with people who were effectively grifting and having a laugh and making fun of the supporters of this party. So first place that I end up being 100% right is about this guy, Sven here, being the smart one that has the talent. And he's starting off right now talking about Eric Stryker, whose real name is, as far as I know, Joey Jordan. I'm not doxing. That's out there. His real name is Joey Jordan. Now, he's calling him a total piece of shit, talentless piece of shit. He goes on, and we'll hear more of it. I want to point out that there were slews of people in the U.S. and in the U.K. in Mark Collett's group, his show, and in his they're not a party, but his club or his group or whatever you want to call it, to keep them safe. I'm trying to phrase it in a way that it keeps them safe. That came after me and sided with Joey Jordan. Told me that I know nothing I'm talking about. Joey Jordan is this genius. You're some kind of a crackpot. Joey Jordan. Mark himself sided with Joey Jordan over me. Just remember this. Remember the people, their decisions, because people can make better decisions. They're not ruined for life. But when people consistently make bad decisions, you need to make decisions about who you follow, who you heed, whose advice, whose conclusions that you heed. Or you are one dumbass if you keep going back to the same folks. So Joey Jordan, this crankish little non-white, and Sven will say that here, and there are all kinds of talk all along about him not being white, half non-white or whatever it is, which you find all the time in these Nazi movements. They're either full-blooded non-white like Jews, or full-blooded non-white mestizos, or they're half, or whatever. These Nazi movements have always been full of this. Always. This is what the white man follows. Jason's so wrong. Well, here you have him talking about it again. I held my tongue. Joey Jordan decided, I won't come on PWR if Jason is allowed to be there. So Mark said to me, you're gone on the days Joey wants to come on. Joey is really important. You are gone on the days he wants to come on. And you know what I said? Fine. I don't want to inhibit you and your family making money through your alliance with NJP. I don't want to inhibit Laura and her husband, her whole family ability to make money through an alliance with NJP. I want your families. That's where my heart was. I have the fucking emails. That's where my heart was. Joey Jordan, this non-white mutt of a intellectual, muttish intellectual, intellectualism, I should say, muttish intellectualism, says, I'm not going to come on. A player, a joke, a fraud that you're going to hear from Sven says, oh no, the Jason guy's got to go. And Mark, absolutely. A huge swath of the PWR audience, absolutely. Look back at their comments. Look back. Jason's got to go. We side with Joey Jordan. Are these people going to learn? Are they going to learn? Because if you can't learn, are you ever going to listen to what they say? How many times I got to tell you all that the white sympathetic sphere and our survival, our well-being, driven into the ground by the absolute dumbest, worst charactered POSs Well, this is the opportunity to learn who they are.
Eric Stryker, you are a faker, you're a Mexican, you're a Puerto Rican, and you're a fucking pretend National Socialist. You're a fucking libertarian. You are an individualist. You are out for yourself, and you're in your fucking opportunistic snipes at the fall of the NJP, which you said NJP is your baby, Stryker, and guess what happened to your baby? It's stillborn. Your baby fucking failed. You want to take credit for this? God, fine. Man. NJP was your baby. It completely shat the bed. Your baby sucks dicks. Eric Stryker has been soaking up a paycheck from me. He doesn't.
He just said, Joey Jordan, Eric Stryker has been soaking up a paycheck from Sven that he didn't deserve.
For 6 fucking years.
6 years. He's been bilking a tiny system. This is the kind of character that these people side with. Where are all the messages from the PWR crowd? Do you have any self-respect whatsoever? Nothing. Handfuls to demonstrate class left in the UK came to me when this absolute, talking about shit in the bed, Menadeo gets a law by his own deeds. And who sided with Menadeo? PWR sided with Menadeo. PA sided with Menadeo. NJP sided with Menadeo. All over here, all these different groups sided with Menadeo when I said this was classless garbage and harmful to the recapture of our well-being. They all sided with Menadeo. Instantly, a law passed in Florida because of his acts that now prosecutors can use against white people to dilate, to say, you're going to jail for objecting to the victimization of white people. We just now have to wait for that to happen. Thanks to Menadeo. Now he's in prison. Now he's been arrested. Now we find out that this guy, now questionable, all others have come forward with where's the money coming from, Menadeo? How is this paid for, Menadeo? Then, of course, finding out this great man that's got to replace all these people, PWR chat and audience. Everybody who chose him, including Mark, over me, fuck you. This great man had to have tits chopped off by a non-white doctor. This is what you side with. What kind of leadership is that, Mark Collett? What kind of leadership? That you would lead your audience and leadership is doing the right thing when people want to do the wrong thing, when people want to do something that will harm them. That's what real leadership is. Leadership ain't, the masses of idiots who are going to slander me want this absolute reject. And so I'm going to give them that. And I'm going to say he's the best thing ever. Bringing him on the show repeatedly, like Joey Jordan. So brilliant. Best shit I've ever heard. See, he's actually doing something. He's actually doing something for the white. What a joke. What a joke every one of you are. Where's the PA membership? Where's the PWR viewership? Now, where are you now? So let's find out more.
The only thing it's done for me is attract weird fanboys that can't get over the cartoon character of Eric Stryker that tell me, like, oh, it's a bad deal that he's leaving now. Fuck him. I never needed him, and my fucking website is worse off for having him on board. But whatever, Mike wanted to do that as a side project. And again, when Mike does a side project, it fails. Strike and Mike failed. NJP failed. TRS is the shit.
It all failed, according to Sven. I told you it was a joke. It was dangerous. They brought on Mike Penovich, who goes by Mike Enoch, who has repeatedly said when he was a libertarian podcaster that he was Jewish. I've heard the audios. You have heard the audios. Is he actually half Jewish? Was he just saying that and is not any Jewish? I don't know. But he did. He said it. I've heard the audios. It was before we had deep fakes. He came on PWR, and I said to him Are you going to be looking out for your members? Because for decades, I've watched Nazi LARPing. Sometimes they call themselves Nazis. Sometimes they have the swastika. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they hang something else over top of them. Sometimes, but they're always the same. They don't give a shit about the participants' lives. You have a bunch of crankish people at the top, many of whom are not even white or half white. We have a tweet that's out now from a black female saying she screwed a white supremacist, videotaped it, showed it to his group, and got him kicked out. And then you have all these losers showing up and saying, Pres L never happened. Pres L. Are you kidding me? The vast majority of these people in these leadership roles of these Nazi LARPing, fascist LARPing of some degree or another are either non-white, half non-white, or have non-white children. Every time we find this. So I said to Penovich, knowing what was almost assuredly going to happen, that people were going to be harmed as a consequence of spreading this nonsense that's never going to benefit us. And they knew it. Sven knew that this wasn't going. The Joey Jordan knew it. He knew it. They knew it wasn't going to go anywhere. Penovich on audio laughing about you calling him Führer and Chairman Penovich. For God's sake. I said, you're going to be watching out for the membership, protecting them. And there was that very weird pause. No instantaneous, of course. Our members are the most important. Their lives and their families are the most important thing to us. There was that weird pause. And that, oh, yeah. That's kind of an afterthought. Yeah, that's what it is. I don't know how much, like Penovich, for example, wanted to do anything good or be anything good. I'll never know. I'll never know. We can only look at what we can see out here. At least I can say, I'd have to look back through my notes, but at least I can say about Penovich was that he was not one of the ones that was hardcore on burn white well-being to the ground, burn Jason to the ground. Joey Jordan was one of them, though. Joey Jordan, the big leader. So let's continue. Which is really funny because he's really little.
I don't know anything to anybody. Nothing. No one comes close to what I fucking accomplished. Stryker has jack shit. Stryker has a fucking god-awful crap apartment in Pittsburgh with no fucking furniture in it, and a woman that I don't know how she fucking stick with him because he's so fucking pathetic and filthy, and they might as well be homeless. And now that he's not working for me, he's probably gonna be homeless.
I mean, I guess the truth is just coming through on Sven right there. I guess he's just coming through. Now, remember, he's such a shitty loser that he's going to end up homeless, coming from the smart guy in that circle, seeing it all firsthand. No white guilt told you that from the outside. Everybody who slandered me in favor of... Hey, I can still look at those chat threads and see who you are, see who you losers are.
For the past year, Stryker didn't do shit. Stryker went and lived on Telegram looking for fights with people. Stryker showed up to Stryker Mike unprepared. Mike carried that show for the last year without input from Stryker. Stryker is fucking nothing. Stryker is...
So can you believe it? Penovich had to do that show by himself, essentially, because the lazy loafer, perfunctory bitch that Mark and a chunk of the PWR audience and PA membership and groups over here in the U.S. sided with that guy over the noble work that we're doing here. So much smarter than you, Jason.
Is riding, fucking fattened on his beer gut.
He's fattened on his beer. He does so much more for us than you do, Jason.
Unhealthy living. And fucking momentum from years past where anyone cared about what he had to say. Stryker did not carry shit. You need to get over your e-celeb worship, or you need to convert to e-celeb worshiping me, because I'm awesome. And I'm not one of these frauds like Warren or Stryker that pretends to be.
He's not one of these frauds like Warren. Warren was another one that said, no Jason when I come on. And Mark dutifully said, yes. And the audience, a chunk of the PWR audience dutifully said, yes, we want Warren. We don't want Jason. And here you have it from the smartest guy in that circle, the only doer, saying that Warren is a fraud. He has other very stern words about Warren. Here you have him saying Warren is a total fraud, like Stryker. And everybody sided. Everybody in the audience. He's so smart. He is the best Nazi LARPer we have. You know, you vile swine. If you want to stick to playing a game like a child, you want to stick to J-Spurgery, Nazi LARPing like a child, then so be it. That's all you are and what you can be. Do not slander me. Do not say that I'm the one and this community are not doing for white well-being, because we are the only ones. You playing only harms us. Your little boy play, you bitch motherfuckers, you're just playing, and it's happening. You're seeing it all around it unfold exactly as I said. You're just playing. So don't you dare slander me. Just say, okay, well, I guess Jason is selflessly serving white well-being, but we want to play Nazi. And so that's what we're going to do. And if you can't learn from this, I mean, you have the biggest lessons ever in Ye's Law and Kanye West, and Menadeo's tits, and in the NJP crashing and burning. If this is not enough lesson for you, if it's not, I mean, did this all take place in 23? Kanye West started saying his stuff at the end of 22, and he was hammered at the beginning, started getting hammered at the beginning of 23. NJP's been around for what, 3 years? And now ending in 2023. Menadeo goes to jail, gets that law passed in 2023. I would say 2023 was vindication of going free. Total vindication, bitches. Eat it. Eat it. If you don't believe in God, you better believe in him now. Because in a single year, 100% vindication, after all the bullshit allegations, after the saboteurs on the outside and on the inside and everything, after all of it, 2023 for all time, I was right about it all.
Like above everyone, and I know these people are all fucking frauds, and actually, I'm just gonna go full mask off now. Fuck all these people.
You know, I'm gonna go full mask off too with Sven. Fuck all of them. Fuck all of you who want to slander me and who want to try to turn people away from white well-being and who want to play Nazi and who want to J-Spurg. Fuck all of you.
They're all full of shit. Every last one of them is full of shit. They put on airs. We do a fucking podcast that was funny, and these people fucking ruined it. Right? They ruined it with their airs.
Yeah, they put on airs. They're pretending. They're LARPers. This guy makes lowbrow comedy on the inside. The only person who can make music, and he could probably make highbrow comedy. But he's the guy over there in contact with this stuff. He probably could have been like a legit performer and made shit tons of money, but he's white. He has the talent. He obviously has the talent and drive, the personal drive. Probably could have made himself a nice fortune in America if it hadn't been so anti-white. And there he is telling you that they're frauds. They're fakers putting on airs. That's what that means.
they can lead white people. These people couldn't fucking lead their dogs to go take a shit in the woods.
Gotta hear that again.
Well,
These people are a mess. Someone asked, he was a Puerto Rican. Why was he allowed on TRS for so long? Mike. Eric Stryker is the biggest parasite. Mike. For the past year, Stryker didn't do shit. Stryker went and lived on Telegram looking for fights with people. Stryker showed up to Strike and Mike unprepared.
Listen closely to what he's about to say. These people think they could lead white people. They couldn't lead shit. That's from the inside.
Mike carried that show for the last year without input from Stryker. Stryker is fucking nothing. Stryker is riding fucking fattened on his beer gut of fucking unhealthy living and fucking momentum from years past where anyone cared about what he had to say. Stryker did not carry shit. You need to get over your e-celeb worship, or you need to convert to e-celeb worshiping me, because I'm awesome. And Stryker, I'm not one of these frauds like Warren or Stryker that pretends to be like above everyone when they know fuck. These people are all fucking frauds, and actually, I'm just gonna go full mask off now. Fuck all these people. They're all full of shit. Every last one of them is full of shit. They put on airs. We do a fucking podcast that was funny, and these people fucking ruined it. Right? They ruined it with their airs. They could lead white people. These people couldn't fucking lead their dogs to go take a shit.
Did you just hear that? Hey, Mark, did you hear that? They could not lead their dog to take a shit. Hey, big chunk of the PWR audience, did you just hear that? Lead white people? They could not lead their dogs to take shits. The great leaders that you all said, get rid of No White, slander the shit out of him. But these are the people that right now, subversives are like, Jason has offended good people. Fuck you. These are the good people. These are the good people Jason has offended. That one of your best on the inside says, can't lead white people? They can't even lead their dogs to take shits. Fuck you.
The woods.
Well,
these people are a mess.
If that's the case,
none of these people have any connection to any community. None of these people have a real family. This movement was designed by...
None of them have any connections. None of them have real families. That's because they're crankish losers. Families don't want them. Why would you want to follow leaders whose families don't want them? I am loved by everybody in my life.
Jews to get Donald Trump elected. They got Donald Trump elected, and we're the remnants of it. And the fact
it was at 228. Let's see if we can move it back without it starting over.
This real family. This movement was designed by Jews to get Donald Trump elected.
The movement was designed by Jews to get Donald Trump elected, is what he just said. I'm not at the point of being able to give names of financiers. I know their names, but let's just say there might be an anti-white Jewish person here or there.
They got Donald Trump elected, and we're the remnants of it. And the fact that these people can't get over that, whereas I can get over that. I can do a show every day with the knowledge that, like, that's the best thing you can do. These guys can't get that over. They can't get over that. They're like, no, we're actually the Nazi party. We're actually like Hitler and Goebbels. Like, no.
He's making fun of them. That they're saying, we're actually like the Nazi party. We're actually like Hitler and Goebbels.
You're not. You're the guy with the half-Jew wife, and you're...
Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! That would be, unless I'm wrong, Pinovich. Is he going to talk about Pinovich heritage as well?
We're actually like Hitler and Goebbels. Like, no.
I got to hear that again. I mean, this is, could you imagine being in a group and you're like, oh, this is going to go all the way. It's crafted after the Nazi party. That's how we're going to save white people. And the people at the top know it's a joke.
They can't get over that. They're like, no, we're actually the Nazi party. We're actually like Hitler and Goebbels. Like, no, you're not. You're the guy with the half-Jew wife.
Oh my God. Was Jason right? Was Jason right? How, I mean, talk about vindication. Roll the fucking carpet out. Roll the carpet out. Every time somebody comes to you with slander about me, these are the scum that it's coming from. And Jason was right all along. Holy shit. This is where it comes from. Subversives coming up on this community. Oh, it's got to be changed. It's got to be this. Jason must be that. This is the kind of people. Minadeo, Kanye West, NJP leadership.
And you're the fucking Puerto Rican in the wheelchair that no one likes. And you're the fucking salesman with the big forehead that lives in the middle of West Virginia that fucking like has no connection to reality.
He just said Warren Baylog reduced him to a big four-headed salesman, talking about his hairline, living in the middle of West Virginia, who has no connection to reality. Once again, Jason can't come on when I'm there. Jason can't be present. And then all those fuckers in the audience, all these people reaching out to me. Warren's so much better than you, Jason. Warren Baylog is so much better than you. Did you hear the Nazi-esque speech that he gave at the last get-together? According to Sven, he's been reduced to nothing but a salesman with a receding hairline in the middle of West Virginia that has no connection to reality. And now he's saying that, is Jordan in a wheelchair? The Puerto Rican in a wheelchair? And the guy with a Jewish wife? Pinovich? Unless I'm wrong, somebody chime in with that. And how about these others? How about, what is the other one called? Mikovit? What is his name? And the I never talked about the allegations of womanizing in the NJP. I never said anything about it. They had no problem pushing. And I think Mikovit or whatever his name is, I think he was one of the other ones pushing hard to slander me. Meanwhile, he starts a female branch of the NJP, is married, has sex with the woman he starts this group with. At least that's the allegation. I don't know for sure. The other one, whatever his name is, beating his wife or whatever that is. Did that happen? I don't know. I didn't talk about this was rumors in their circles, things that supposedly really happened, and the NJP were wringing their hands over, what are we going to do about it? Oh yeah. That information reaching me. Oh yeah, all about the Sig Heiling and the goose stepping and the Nazi stuff that they were doing. And then the imitating yours truly while slandering me, trying to co-opt the concepts that I created and adopted from other brilliant people in the white sympathetic sphere. And then try to use them as your own and bring people and say, oh yeah, we'll use these for the public, but then we'll bring them in and we'll make them Nazis. You can hear it right from the horse's mouth. Sven is telling you. So you got all of this, people cheating on their wives and all this, and I say nothing here about any of that. Meanwhile, they're over there with endless rumors about how Jason he just hates women. Jason is a misogynist. Jason he's exploiting women while they're over there actually fucking other women, beating women, the whole 9 yards. And I didn't say anything about it. They're filth. They're vile shit scum. And everybody who endorsed that, they learn or they have the same title. They learn the truth. I'm not saying anything about that shit here. What was that guy's name? Mikovit or whatever it is. What's left of the party as we have a little bit more of the audio to listen to? 3 people. Pinovich, and actually 2 people. Because Baylog's father, come on. Old school Nazi that failed at being a Nazi. What is not his fault. Whoever sold him on the idea that there's going to be a Nazi party in America ruined his life. There's not going to be any Nazi party. White people would sooner become Satanists than they will become Nazis or anything that resembles Nazi ideology, Nazi vehicle, etc. They will sooner become Satanists. And I can promise you that, because Satanism is totally self-centered, selfish individualism. White people are already predisposed. So really two people left, Pinovich and Warren. The guy who said he was Jewish and he's got a Jewish wife, half Jewish, so she's Jewish. Do you think she's really identifying as white? And if she is Jewish or half Jewish and she's in married to a guy or with a guy who's in a Nazi party, that would clearly make her anti-white Jewish. She's not going to be like an ordinary Jewish person. Part of a group that hates all Jewish people. So 3 years this joke lasted. And now you got two guys left. You had, who else was against me? Ho Vader. Ho Vader on me, all bad-mouthing me, getting people to slander me. Him also burned down in all of this as a thief, as a liar, as a crank.
And it has ruined my life. And if I could go back in time, I would just sell paint and never be involved with this.
How do you like that? The NJP has ruined his life. And if he could just sell paint, that's what he would have done and never been involved. That's how bad it is. I can't tell you how right. This is unbelievable. The vindication could not be any more explosive. On all three counts, 2023 was when no white guilt was totally vindicated.
It was absolute shit. Fuck them all. It's all bullshit. NJP is bullshit. TRS could have been awesome, but they decided we also have to do NJP. Bierman is a wife-beating moron. Fuck Bierman.
A wife-beating moron.
Bierman was chasing tail and beating his wife and got caught and it got publicized and there's no reason. Like, I guess if you're really friends with him, you can feel bad for him, but it's just like, whatever, dude.
So, plenty of lies about yours truly. They have actual communal shit going on. And everybody's like, hush, hush. Don't talk about that. Just go tell lies about no white guilt.
But it's just like, whatever, dude. Tony told Mike that I was a problem. They had to push me out. It took me 3 weeks to get you out, Tony. You got shit canned. I will stand behind Warren being a charity case.
Oh, my God. Warren is a charity case. He brings... Do you know what that means? He brings nothing to bear. He brings nothing of value. He increases nothing. That's what Sven is saying. This is what they chose over No White Guilt. This is what they chose over Jason Kuna. A charity case. Who's going to just complain that, hey, if you don't allow him to continue to be a charity case and live off of this, then his family will suffer.
That you saddled me with. I'm the only one.
He said you saddled me with him.
You got shit canned. I will stand behind Warren being a charity case. That you saddled me with. I'm the only one with a head on my shoulders. Me and McNabb. Everyone else is a fucking chuckle fuck child.
Oh my God. Everyone else is a chuckle fuck child.
That doesn't know what the fuck is going on, that is scared they're going to make someone mad, or is upset that someone is going to like not, or they're just all idiots.
Hey, Mark, what happened to the NJP? How are the NJP doing, Mark?
Okay, NJP is a bunch of morons. Well. It fell on me, who never worked for them, who never believed with them. I thought all of them were jokes. Every last one of them, every fucking member of the CCON is a joke. They're pathetic. They're nobodies. They're fucking e-celebs, and there's no reason to look to them for political opinions. Opinions, fine. Political solutions, no.
Wow. No reason to look to them for political solutions. Did anybody else tell you that? Has anybody else been saying that? How many times do these things have to explode and be proven right before people stop slandering me and just heeding what I have to say?
They're fucking content creators. You fucking tell Mike that he's Hitler. He's not Hitler. He's just a guy. My Henry Rollins bit did more than anything you can even imagine you've done. You've done jack shit. I did the Henry Rollins bit. I did Chateau Artiste. I did all my songs. My songs did more to awaken white people than anything you can ever imagine about anything. Protesting, hanging stickers, fuck you. Warren went into a fucking group call with all the...
What is this now? He's saying something about Warren again.
Hanging stickers, fuck you. Warren went into a fucking group call with all the supporter group directors and made up a story like, basically, he told people like, you're shooting my son in the head with a gun, and you're...
Oh my God.
Blaming the gun. It's like, no, Warren. The people on staff quit because you wouldn't throw out this degenerate.
So, Warren making bad decisions and doing whatever he's doing, costing this board, if you will. And then he says, if you disagree, you're shooting my son in the head. Yeah, that's a great line of reasoning there. That's a great. You have to give in to my bullshit, to my stupidity, to my Nazi LARPing, or you're harming my son. That sounds like a very emotional argument there, Warren. And I don't even blame, I mean, Warren or Joey Jordan or any of these people, Hovader or Mekovit, any of these folks. I don't blame them for being like who and what they are. I blame them when and where they encourage people to slander me and to reject white well-being and to stay away from us and made up lies about me. And all of the idiots, therefore, that are echoing the bullshit that they made up, these fucking losers. I blame the people who chose them and against me. Those are the folks I blame. When are the apologies coming in? NJP melting down? I'm wondering. There are a few notables who should be reaching out with some big apologies. We'll see if they're man enough, leader enough to fall on their sword and say, you were right, Jason. You were right about these people. They're losers. They were leading people to perdition. This won't benefit us. You were right. I was wrong. And don't you dare tell me that you can't expect them to fall on their sword, because the white thing to do, maybe you look back in history about what white people did. They did things like they said, hold my sword against your hip, the butt of my sword against your hip, so that I can run myself through. That's what white people did. So if that was our norm for leadership, when you failed royally, then I was totally wrong, you were totally right, falls well beneath that suicide. Going to your audience and saying, Jason Kuna was 100% right, falls well below having your number one hold the butt of your sword against his hip so that you can gut yourself. Get some class. Get some dignity. Be white, for Christ's sake. Let's see how many are white enough to do the right thing, to do the white thing.
And then you know what I did? I stepped in and I helped out. I said, Mike, what the fuck are you doing? Get Tony back as chief of staff. Remove him, Kevin. It's a no-brainer. People will support you. I will stand behind Warren being a charity case.
And that, my friend, is where that piece of audio ends. And there are others. It's not good for those who wanted to LARP as Nazis. It's not good. It's not good for those who want to blame everything on Jewish people. There are anti-white Jews, but all Jews are not anti-white. There are anti-white blacks, but all blacks are not anti-white. There is a race to concern ourselves with. Oh yeah, it's that victimized one called Western kind. You're not going to like it if you've been participating in all the lies and putting all of your, I'll do one of your words, since you like to live as a shadow of the Jews, putting all of your shekels and eggs into the baskets of these losers. You're not going to like it. But there comes a time when in a single year, a white man could not be more vindicated than I have been here today. There comes a time for you to make good on claiming to care about the white race. And with that, I'll come right back and we're going to celebrate some of our victories.
This is easy, that the future could go up in flames when the struggle is too heavy. I resolve to embrace,
anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. And you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your raucous emojis. We're going to be celebrating some of our accomplishments over the past week. We don't even have them all in. Miss Franklin brought more to me. We don't have them all in, but we're going to get rolling in a big celebration. Raucous emojis as we get underway here. Want to celebrate right off the bat the great Franklin in service to white well-being. IRL. Making it happen gloriously. Franklin, and let me pull it up here on the screen. Who do we have? Baron White and Franklin. And there's the great Franklin out there in the real world, ladies and gentlemen. The media is anti-white. Look at this. Stop white erasure. Stop anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism is evil, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate, salute, big salutes to the God human known as Franklin. And I met with Franklin yesterday. It was a wonderful thing. He is a champion. Met in person IRL. Take a look at this. Keep the celebrating going for Baron White. More on the other side of the world, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at these. The Greens are anti-white. For our brothers and sisters to be saved all over the world. We have some more out there engaged in stickering and leafleting. We don't have images for them yet. We also have up at the cost of big money, we are promulgating Born Guilty Suppressed for 5 years this December. It is available on Amazon. Make sure you let everybody know. Big salutes, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. Show us your raucous emojis. Show us your swashbuckling flags. If you can find them in the live chat, everybody that celebrates is better than everybody else who does not. 5 years promulgating this everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Available on Amazon.com, Born Guilty. Also at NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. You can get a signed copy that says 5 years suppressed, and we're still going. They're not going to stop us. Anti-whites are not going to stop us, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, God bless everybody who is participating. We have, ladies and gentlemen, this is just to name a few. It's going off like fireworks around planet Earth. Time to give credit where credit is due. We have Charlie Kirk using white erasure in a creative way. Erasure of whites just the other day. Celebrate, big flags, swash flags. Walsh using anti-whiteism again. Matt Walsh using anti-whiteism again. The great King Dice. Get out the flags. Get out the crowns for King Dice using anti-whiteism again on his show with Schroyer, ladies and gentlemen, reaching hundreds and hundreds, altogether millions of our people with the concepts that change the way our victimization is discussed. This was the only way it could ever be done, and we're doing it. Credit where credit is due. White student transmission. Got a recognition. Give it up for white student transmission. Got a recognition and a like from Tommy Robinson, who, as we know, he's not a white positive guy. He's not a white sympathetic guy, but he still has nearly 500,000 followers on his account. White student transmission over there swashing on Robinson, and wrote this to him. Says, T, I hope you understand the reason for my scrutiny. Western white societies have ongoing subversive anti-white campaigns, one-sided enforcement of laws, one-sided media coverage, etc. That said, if you're willing to denounce anti-whiteism, then it's good enough for me. Robinson gave it a like. That's epic swash. Get this man some flag. Wrap this man in the flag of swashbuckling, ladies and gentlemen. He got him to give a like. Anti-whiteism makes him come around because it's a moral argument that we've been pushing that's in the world because of us. Anti-whiteism. God bless the great white student transmission. Listen to this. Homeless Bear over there on Twitter. 20,000 plus likes, and that was days ago and climbing. Listen to this tweet of his. He says, quote, "For every diversity hire, there's a diversity fire," close quote. Quote, "Where there is equality, there can be no excellence. Eventually, not even competence," close quote. These are both meme curatives that you learn in the Go Free lexicon. He goes on, "Change will come with the defeat of anti-whiteism. Only when it becomes socially unacceptable to dump on white people will things change." 20,000 and many more and growing. Epic swash. Checking out, sharing, liking this tweet by Homeless Bear. We also have an epic tweet by Hans de Skipper. He says, points out, listen to this, right out of the Go Free method, the anti-white morality is a thought chain. 1, non-whites are vulnerable, in parentheses, and quotes, minority. The well-being of white people is linked to the detriment of non-whites. And we were talking about that just today. 3, it's immoral to care about the well-being of white people. 4, conversely, it's moral to victimize them. Epic explanation and Go Free dialectic on Twitter, on X. Epic results as a consequence. Give it up for Hans the Skipper. We have the great Lundr, down under, Thunder Lundr, sharing that an account that he is personally swashing on, a news account. He's personally swashing on, and he said the account is becoming more and more white positive the more he's over there swashing on. And it says here, this is what the account wrote. "I am so sick of the, wait for it, anti-white narrative that is eroding our country and our schools and our businesses. It's time we do away with dangerous ideologies such as DEI and CRT. Teaches people that white people are the cause of the world's problems. It's getting white people hurt. We need to hold people accountable. Follow us if you agree." Could you imagine the day would come when accounts on different platforms, on platforms across social media would use the dialectical power that we are communicating, that we are swashing to the world, and say, if you want more of this, follow us. Amazing success. We have the great Porno shared with me an account. Paula on X, over 100,000 followers this account has, and he is using the word anti-whiteism now in his tweets, over 100K. You can look at other content creators, folks. You can look and you can say, look at how many more followers they have than Jason. Look at how many more followers this guy has than Jason. Look at how many more followers that guy has than Jason. But when you take all of the content creators that are using the words and concepts that I fucking gave birth to, it dwarfs any of these content creators. It dwarfs them all. The effect that I'm having, that the people who are here, the Knights of the White Table, like whose names we're reading, are having, massively dwarfs any of these others. But they got more people in their chat. Screw you, bitches. Put it all together. Put it all together for the people who are speaking with the words that we have taught them. We have here, want to also mention that we have 2 new OT members, outreach team members, that are going to be making more of this happen. More swash, more epic swash. And that is Positive Clarity, kicking ass on X, as well as, who else is here? Misty over there, going to be kicking ass on X. I want you to celebrate these people. 2 more engines of change in the world with the dialectical powers that we use here. The only way that we were ever going to see success. Raucous emojis for all. Flags, swashbuckling flags for all. We're not done, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Grace over there on Twitter, who has brought to our attention numerous individuals, subversives, who have been reaching out to content creators in our circle here, white positive people. She's been identifying them. She's been sharing who these malefactors are. Give it up for some epic work in service, defense of the community that we have here, incessantly under attack by the swine. But Grace stands on the ramparts, knocking them down. I see where this person agreed there, but look here. We're finding out the names. We're finding out the subversives. Don't be tricked, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, we have here a member of our community. I don't know if he wanted to be named, so I won't. But a member of our community reached out to me and had asked ChatGPT, ladies and gentlemen, asked ChatGPT about us. And this says here, asked if ChatGPT knew who No White Guilt was. And this, I've got to read from my phone, is what ChatGPT wrote in response. As of my last knowledge update, No White Guilt is a YouTube channel associated with Jason Kuna, who discusses topics related to white identity, culture, and social issues. It's worth noting that discussions around these topics can be sensitive and may vary in perspective. Since my information, just notice right there, artificial intelligence didn't say Nazi, did not say white supremacist, did not say. It's got to be told to say that about yours truly, because there's nothing of the sort about me. So when people are asking AI of various types, this is the kind of answer they're going to be getting. And then what does ChatGPT tell you to do? Since my information might be outdated, I recommend checking the status and content of the No White Guilt YouTube channel directly for the latest information and context regarding their discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my God, AI telling its audience that this guy's just talking about white people, and you know what? Go check him out for yourself. Now that is some worth epic swash. Get out the flags, get out the celebrations. We'll be right back. Woo! My goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, what a rolling we have had so far. I don't know. The vindication that I am experiencing is truly something different, I must say. I could not be happier. I could not be happier of having proofs all taking place in 2023 for men, white men and women to look at and then go in the right direction, someplace that will benefit them. I do not say, I do not feel, I don't need these people to come over and aggrandize me or give financial gifts or anything like that. There are proofs in the world of what I said that are going to benefit some people's lives. That is what's epic and glorious about it. And they might go on to have kids or treat their kids that they already have today in a completely different way that benefits them, that creates a world of opportunity for them and actual results for the recapture of our destiny. God bless them. Thank God. Thank absolute God. I apologize if any of the cussing that was used by Sven or myself. I mean, it just sometimes it rarely goes there for me. But I mean, we're talking about here late in 2023, and people. I mean, this vindication is huge, and in a way, it happening in a spectacular way that who knows how many people could learn from. Let's get into these financial gifts. We're going to get to some regular announcements, and then we're going to get into I guess, maybe what you all are saying. And we're going to set up the X space for calls and comments. We have over there 2 people at least so far. Baron White is definitely going to jump on, and Helios Abbott under a different name is going to be over there. Have some things to talk about for the final hour. So we're going to try to get there quickly. Let's get out the raucous emojis, though, and celebrate in grand fashion, because a grand sister and woman of the West has financially gifted, ladies and gentlemen, you know her well, a woman who takes care of an entire baseball team of children, and she can still, a working class family, and still finds white well-being going free, valuable enough to financially give. Deep respect to Mrs. Jess Horst. God bless you, sister. 50 white well-being dollars from the great Mrs. Jess Horst. And she writes, I want to thank you, sir, for always carving out time for me when I am having an issue with a concept or statement. I am a silly woman, as most women are at times. I get very emotional, and the MPs can really distort everyday conversation, even when it's as pristine as your core concepts of going free. White well-being from the wonderful folks. That's extra crowns and gems, please. Extra crowns and gems for the great Mrs. Jess Horst, a true champion for white well-being. God bless you, sister. Thank you. White Promethean Christmas and good Yule to you. We also have Irish Christ over here, and this is on Entropy. If you're looking to financially gift, Entropy is up and running. I have both the front side and the back side rolling, so nothing is going to get by Entropy today. Irish Christ financially gifting $5. Thank you so much. He says, since non-whites are also unaware of the biospirit concept, I think it would be interesting to discuss the psychological suffering and confusion they endure being told they're equal. And he puts that in quotes because clearly he's not talking about like equal before the law. What anti-whiteism means same when they say equal. Carbon copies, he in fact completes the sentence. Carbon copies of Western kind. Deeply sensing that they are not carbon copies of Western kind. Not better, not worse, but definitely different than white people, Western kind Westmen. And that's a very considerate thing to say. How is anti-whiteism harming non-white people when they're told, hey, you're the same thing as white people. So if you're not excelling in a matrix, a civilization that they create, which naturally they would excel in because they create it for themselves, it's a natural creation they wouldn't create something that would undermine them. If you don't do as good or better than they do, well, then they're just discriminatory against you, etc. So great point. Thank you for that, brother. Let's turn around over here to Odyssey, which is up and rolling. And we have a $10 financial gift over there on Odyssey from Ash saying, thanks, Jason. You are most welcome. Thank you very much for that financial gift. My glasses don't work from this range, I'm afraid, for that screen. We have a few more comments over there. Land of the fake. White people are so desperately looking for something to follow that doesn't hate them. They need to come here, as you know. It seems like a lot of focusing on Jews comes from the non-white identity of a lot of Hispanics and mixed race people and others. We need a movement for white people and of white people and off white people. I think he says redirect many of white people and redirect much of white righteous fury toward, that's right, off white people. I'm sorry, is what he's saying there. He's saying people who are not white or people who are like half white and they're not identifying, they redirect toward anger and they try to get unity in hatred of Jews. And a great example of that, that's a great point. Thank you for saying that. He didn't mess up writing. I was messing up reading. A great example of that is when the United States was far more white, you saw far fewer people who were willing to hate on Jews. The increase of hating on all Jews is born out of non-white populations. Not all the non-white people of any particular group, but portions of them. But that's a great point and thought, and that's of course my opinion. Over here on D Live, I'll check. I guess I wasn't done there, just in case I missed anybody. Oh, we did. Actually, we have a $15 financial gift over there on Odyssey as well. We're refreshing D Live, and we have $15 financial gift. Thank you so much from Robert. He says with his $15 that he is utterly disgusted with your former friend Mark Collett that wanted to associate with these moronic anti-white clowns instead of you and the Go Free community. I sincerely hope every one of those lying anti-white little Nazi tards will come crawling back to apologize. Merry Christmas, Jason. Well, Merry Christmas to you, Robert, over there on Odyssey. And I think there are a lot of people right now. You're not alone. You're expressing a widely held sentiment. Absolutely disgusted with the people who turned on me and slandered me, told nothing but total bullshit lies about me, concerned trolling about me. There are a lot of people who are disgusted with that. Those folks are the ones burning down. Their reality coming to everyone's awareness. And it is disgusting. And it is not the place where anything good for white people is going to happen. We have over here Spartan donating an ice cream cone. And we got followed by a... is that Parposa? Or is there not an R in there? Just now, thank you for that. And Parprosa wants to know my daily diet. I don't know. Today won't be a good time to get into that, but maybe Wednesday when I roll in, or maybe somebody will bring up diet in the X space, which is going to be left open to the topics that you all want to talk about. We're going to be doing shortly, and I'm going to end the X space abruptly when I end this gathering. That's how it's going to work. We won't continue on X after we're done here. Just so folks know. Let me swivel around quickly, and so we don't run out of time here, and make sure I didn't shut everything off just then. Okay, good. Over here on Cash App, we have Yiz the Unifier is here with us, financially gifting the great Yiz the Unifier, financially gifting $5, and she says with those $5, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. God bless you, sister, and God bless you for all the work you're doing in service to white well-being. She's on Tuesdays, Discordant Dragons, and Thursdays. Oh no, what's the name? Somebody in the audience right now knows the name. They can write it. Thursdays, I think, also at 6 p.m. I almost just remember the name of the news show with News Fist. Check it out. It's a good show. And we have here Lady Anglo. Get out the crowns and the gems for Lady Anglo, ladies and gentlemen. Crowns and gems. 50 white well-being dollars on this epic, totally epic vindication gathering on Sunday. God bless you. She says, Merry Christmas. My love to the white well-being community. Give her some love back. She's showing love to all of you. Thank you so much, Lady Anglo. And we also have here White Arts now, financially gifting $5 and saying everything that he wanted to say with those $5. God bless you. We'll check out Subscribe Star, and we'll see if we missed anybody there. And no, we didn't. We didn't miss anybody here. So we are blank. Yes, that's correct. Okay. Those are the mediums for media, for financial gifting. We have some of the mailbag to get to as well. Now, if you would like to participate, I'm going to take a quick look at the audience as well. Anybody tagging me here? But if you would like to participate, we're going to be getting on an X space. I'm going to stay live here. That's how we're going to communicate with everybody. Hopefully, there'll be no issues. But if there are, we will learn from the challenge. But quickly, we are going to get into the glorious mailbag. If you've been trying to contact me with comments or questions over the course of this gathering, you haven't been able to, try so now. Put the comment, tag me as No White Guilt, and I will speak to it. I was out just last night with the great Franklinator, and this guy is like a god among men. He shows up, he's like a god. And he's all business. This guy is all dedicated business to white well-being. None of it is wasted energy. It's all just, how do we go from there to here? Here's an issue. It's a beautiful thing. That's your Franklin right there. He's modding in the lives. He always does. It's an epic thing. It's an epic thing to behold. We're going to start off with, let's see, we have here this beautiful little card and financial gift. Let's celebrate. Get out your raucous emojis, your 07s, your 007s. You know the bit. 40 Canadian bacon dollars. 40 of them, Canadian bacon dollars from Maryland. Thank you so much, Maryland. I really appreciate it. This is such a pretty card, as you can see. 40. And she says here, Merry Christmas, Jason. Keep going. I absolutely will. Thank you very much for that, Marilyn. That is most appreciated. The mailbag, ladies and gentlemen. The address for snail mail is over on nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You'll see there at the bottom the address at which you can reach me. Really get ready for your raucous emojis. Big time crowns, big time gems, crowns for this man's head. He can't do enough for why he's a wonderful human being. He is wonderful. You know who it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is Biospirit of the West. God bless this champion. Let's check out this one. Have a look at this glorious card that Biospirit has sent. Big time. Look at how beautiful that is. Big time, please, ladies and gentlemen. Please, raucous emojis, financially gifting with this gorgeous Christmas card, 100 white well-being dollars. A big thank you. This man at it, dedicated, organizing. We've reached another gear in our advocacy for white well-being. And on top of that, a beautiful and absolutely picturesque card out there. You got the sleigh. It's being drawn by horses. 100 white well-being dollars. He says, a Christmas gift for white well-being. Merry Christmas, Jason. Biospirit of the West. I love it. Thank you so much, brother. And we have another here. You know what? Before we get to this one, I have to thank someone. A mystery gifter has sent me a blanket to swaddle myself with. So I don't know who you are. I received a blanket, and thank you so much for this blanket, this Christmas blanket. God bless you. Were you the person who sent this gift? Speak up now or forever hold your peace. But thank you so much for the blanket that I received to swaddle myself. A glorious blanket. Thank you so very much. Looking forward to finding out who the heck sent the blanket. But now we'll get to the last mailbag item. And can you believe the blanket fit into my mailbag? That's the mailbag is magic. Any size will fit. We want to give a big thank you to this beautiful card sender. Take a look at this beautiful card. Isn't that lovely? You got the red truck, you got the Christmas tree, and the little dog, he's running along, and the white, it's snowing. The house is covered. They got the tree decorated. It's Snow Drive is where they're on. Snow Drive. The little red truck, gorgeous, sends me a little package of things. Says here, Dear Jason, and it's beautiful on the inside as well, the card. Thanks for all you do for the white well-being community. I feel 2024 will bring more awareness and growth with the Go Free concepts. The concepts really are magical. So let the magic happen! ! Please have a nice Christmas and a glorious New Year 2024. Best regards, Masumek. Get out the raucous emojis for the great, the wonderful crowns and gems for our sister, Masumek, who sent an entire goodie bag of things, a gem for good luck, and a package. I think it's of hot chocolate. Yes, it's hot chocolate mocha. Yes, indeed. And a gift card for 200 white well-being dollars. Get them out. Quadruple 07s from Masumek. Epic. Thank you so very much, sister. That is glorious. 200 white well-being dollars, a gem for good luck, and a little packet for some hot chocolate. Isn't that amazing, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you much for celebrating. Thank you all for sending your card. Look at all the cards we have showing up over here. Might have to move my name there to the other side of the screen as we get more and more cards showing up from wonderful folks. It's glorious to behold, a glorious Promethean white Christmas and good Yule. One more thing, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take a look at your comments as we are just past the bottom of the hour. We have this announcement. I'm going to look at what you all are saying, and then we are getting into the X space. Well, you will have an opportunity to speak. The only announcement I have here is I want to celebrate those over this past week and thank those who have come forward. More folks came forward. I asked people, come forward if you've been approached by subversives. If you're in this community, you've been approached by subversives. If you have, please let me know about it. Let me know who they are, what they've said. I know the subversives will bitterly complain about being named, but that's how it works. When you're undermining something, you get found out and you're invited to leave. So we've had more people come forward. I want to thank you all for that. And again, a big thank you to Grace on Twitter. Let's give her some crowns for her head and gems for her feet for stepping up and identifying these people who are posing, subversives on the outside, who are posing as good people, who are posing as friends to the people in this community. And they're doing so with the intent to steer people away from the good work that we're doing here so that they can end up at places like the Christian nationalist, America First types, the Jay Spurging types, the Nazi LARPing types, so that they can go these other places and have those kinds of outcomes. So big thank you to her and the work that she is doing. Grand sister for white well-being, Grace at the gates, is knocking them down. as little and cute as she is, she's knocking them down at the gates like an armor-clad warrior of old, one of our epic champions. I want to also point out too, based on the information that people have been bringing to me about these subversives, is that they've been using the Marxian tool of destructive criticism. And it's written at length about in Dr. Kevin McDonald's Culture of Critique series about how anti-whites use destructive criticism. What is destructive criticism? It's criticizing for the point of turning you away. It's criticizing for the point of undermining. It's saying something negative about Jason Kuna, No White Guilt, Go Free Method, etc., the work that we're doing, not to improve what we're doing, but for the purpose of turning you away, for the purpose of making Go Free, me personally, seem less than, inferior than, somehow not enough, somehow on and on. That is destructive criticism. And anti-whites have used that against white people forever. It strongly involves giving definitions to, it strongly involves giving definitions about me, my positions, etc. That's what destructive criticism has to do. It's not intellectually honest. It doesn't say, what did Jason mean by X? It says, Jason meant this, and it's something heinous, and so therefore you should leave. You should get away. You should think less of. That is destructive criticism. That is the culture of critique. The fact that subversives have been coming into this community and using that technique says that potentially it's all organic losers who just want to make a name for themselves and make a place for themselves, and all they know how to do is to destroy. But it also says that it's potentially inorganic elements involved. So anti-whites LARPing as white positive or white sympathetic or Christian nationalists or European religion advocates or whatever, showing up using a tried and true technique of anti-whiteism that we classify under the subset called Marxism, i.e. culture of critique. That is destructive criticism. When you see destructive criticism, you're looking at the bad guy. You're not, anything they can tell you is not good. Anything they can tell you is not positive. You're looking at the bad guy. Why? A white person would say, this isn't for me, I'm leaving. This is not, I want to play as European goddess, a European religion goddess, or European religion god, or Christian televangelist, or atheist ideological leader or something. If they object to what I'm doing and what we're doing, they leave. That's the white thing to do. These others want to stick around. They want to destroy. That is the evidence that you are dealing with anti-white operations, whether organic or inorganic. No destructive criticism for what it is. And I want to say again, if you have been misled, led astray, and you want to return to this community, write me. Let me know who misled you and what kind of things they used, what kind of tactics they used, like the 2-on-1 tactic that they were using. Let me know how they misled you, and you'll be welcome back. We're not going, you want to leave and you want to stay gone? We're not following you. I couldn't care less. Go away. If you want to, I encourage you to go start your own thing. Go do the white thing, which is to go and start your own thing. Go do that. Go do that. If you stick around here to slander me and slander white well-being and slander this community, we will know you for the piece of shit that you are. An anti-white, whether undercover or an anti-white indeed, is all that matters. Reach out to me if you'd like to come back into the community and you want to be forgiven with a sincere apology. I'm all ears. I'm an understanding person. Otherwise, go make your own community. I challenge you to do that. Best of luck to you. Prove me wrong with your own community. Otherwise, if you stick around, we will know you as an anti-white. And that is how we will speak of you moving forward. All right. Let me see what y'all are saying as I bring up I will bring up our chat here in just one moment. Go ahead and tag me with your comments and tag me with your comments. And I'll take a look at what you're saying. We'll get this Spaces started. I don't know why it's not allowing me. Did they take it away from me? Why is that not allowing me to start Spaces? Is there a problem with Spaces right now? Is anybody else? Okay, finally it worked. This is not a good sign. All right. Let me go ahead and start the space. I'll see what you all are saying. And it is up now on Twitter. You name the topic is what it is called. I will turn on my mic here. Let's make sure we got the Great Thunder from Down Under is first there. You can go over there to X right now. And if you're not following me, I don't know if you have to be able to watch and listen, participate, but jump on in and let me have a quick look. Okay, Entropy is blank. I didn't miss anybody over on Entropy. I will refresh just to make sure that is the case. It is the case. And, looks like we got another celebration. Give it up for big time 007s, quadruple 07s. You know this guy has crowns that are molded perfectly to his head. It is DB50. Ladies and gentlemen, just raucous emoji as hell, as crazy for DB50 as we're going into this final segment. 50 white well-being dollars. God bless you, champion and hero and demigod, descended on feathered wing from golden lanes of heaven. Dude bro moment, $50 for the recapture of our destiny. It's people like this that enable us to continue to push all over Twitter or X and elsewhere in the very near future. In the very near future, different places as well, with the message that we have here. So we'll stop being suppressed. And thank you so much, champion. 50 white well-being dollars. Name the champion and celebrate him. Okay, looks like we're blank there. And over here, we are... No, nothing new. Didn't miss anybody. And right here, didn't miss anybody. So really quickly to the live chat. And who do we have? Okay, Baron is here, so he will be the first. And then what's your name on X? You were Shannon Oliver. You were going to speak too. So you're next if you show up. Let me just scroll through here quickly. Melissa's here. Great to see you. Merry Christmas, Jason. I hope you are online next week. You know I will. Nothing's going to stop me. Somebody called Ernst Zundel. Godspeed, Jason. If he were still around. There's the great Franklin, Art Acrobats, White Advocate, Biospirit of the West, Cool Papa J Magic, J Bishop, the White Baron, One of Western Kind. So many heroes here. Thank you all for celebrating. Biospirit says, I'd swear I sent No White Guilt that same mystery card of the red pickup truck last year. Maybe you did. Yes. From Eating Kitchen is here. We should do an end review type of episode. We should indeed. We're going to be talking about that with Baron White here in a moment, very quickly. And I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm going to give the floor to Baron, and he can share, and I will keep looking for your comments to share as well, folks. Let's see. How do I give Baron the right to talk? How do I do it? Do I click on Baron? Oh, request, Baron, request to talk. And then that will make it easy on me on X. Shannon, please also request to talk. And that'll make it easy on me. And approve. All right, Baron, you are live. Go for it, brother. Uh-oh.
Can you hear my voice?
I hear you now. Yep.
Okay, you hear me? Okay, cool. Well, thank you for having me on, Jason. I appreciate it. So, as we were just about to talk about, someone suggested just before about we should do some sort of yearly review of all the work that we've done. Well, that is something that I hope to do with some of the other members in our community, where we're planning to put together a 2023 OT recap motivational video, which will comprise of the community's victories we've had for 2023. Because as we know from all the Go Free streams that you've been showcasing and all the victories we've had, there are lots to talk about. Like what's another really cool one is, like, for example, we had Mark Dice. So he came out with a new book called The War on Conservatives, and I got that copy, and he had one chapter completely just dedicated to talking about anti-whiteism. Like, completely all about it, using all the words and everything, anti-white this, anti-whiteism that. So that's amazing in itself, but that's just one of many, because, there's so much to talk about. But the cool thing is too, is the one and only the person who I reached out to help create the video is for Wellbeing. So I've talked to him. We're going to be collaborating.
Nice.
So he's going to put it together, because as we know, if you guys aren't familiar with him, you should be. He has a YouTube channel on YouTube, and he makes all these motivational videos comprising of previous streams of Jason Kuna talking, and just he puts a whole cameo together, music, everything, and just talking to him about it back and forth on Twitter. Man, he's an artist. You can tell, because he's like, because he just tells me how the biosphere of the West motivates him, and that's his drive. That's how he, knows what to put. And some of the videos that I've watched that he's done, well, it's made me cry, because it's touched me, and I get goosebumps too from some of them. But that's who will be doing that. And then, so why do we want to do this? Well, obviously, we just want to showcase the immense growth that our community has had over this year, and the change that we have already been able to make within the span of, well, just this coming year. Because already I'm just noticing, just recently on the couple of days leading up to your stream today, I've just been seeing all over Twitter someone using anti-narrative, just again and again and again and again and again. And I'm just like, wow, it's picking up momentum, because that's how it works with the compound effect.
Yep.
Just little things keep adding up, and then boom, big success. So that's why we want to do it. And just to hit off 2024 for big bam, just get everyone motivated. And then what do we need from you guys? So you guys listening today, what we're looking for is successes that you've had personally in the community, just with using the Go Free method. So that could be lexicon outreach. Maybe you got a top comment, or maybe you got a lot of likes on Twitter. Maybe you got a mention by a content producer, or or even the little things, just maybe some testimonies of you talking to some of your family members and having success. Like I've had numerous ones, and yeah, just things like that. And just overall community achievements too. Like maybe, yeah, your sub count has increased significantly since, I can't remember what you started off with from the beginning of this year, but it definitely has increased. So things like that, guys. Now, where do we send all this stuff? Well, there are two main places where you can send over these victories that you've personally had with the Go Free method. So you can either reach out to me on Twitter at the White Baron, which I think, just on Twitter, you just type up the White Baron, and then you would see, or it also comes up as Baron White, and you'll just see a plane. And it's like blue and everything. So that's my profile. So DM me there, or email the Wellbeing Outreach at Proton Mail account. So that description is there. So if you go to this live video, you will find the Gmail and just message through there all the details and everything. Or if that's too hard, then just reach out to Fire Spirit of the West or Jason Kuna or Franklin or any of the main dudes, and they'll get it to the right place. But that's really all I wanted to share. I think that's all the details that you really need. And we hope to get it done by the end of this year too. But we'll see how we go. So yeah, that's really that.
Fantastic, man. Very exciting. I will, to help with this, put a comment under this video once it's processed on YouTube. And I will ask people the same thing. I will share the contact information for you on that thread as well. And folks, we want to hear all about the victories over the course of the year, either you personally or that you were very excited about that we in this community achieved. Share it all, everything that you remember that is meaningful for you. And then we'll be able to go through and make a vid or of some of or most of this, and otherwise just celebrate as much of it as we can all recall together at the end of this year, getting ready for the new year. Great, a fantastic idea. That's Baron White, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for this champion of white well-being down under, a hero extraordinaire. Very impressed with him. God bless you, man. And thank you so much for stepping up and this situational leadership, which is what the times require of us. God bless you, brother. And you're welcome to stay around and hang out. But if there's nothing else that you want to share, I'm going to pass the mic on over to Shannon.
Yeah. Well, that's really it for me. So, yeah. Thanks once again, Promethean Hails, and Pax Durum, everyone.
Promethean Hails to you. All right. Let me go ahead and give it over to Shannon Oliver, who had a very interesting story that he wanted to share. Can you turn your mic on, brother? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. We can hear you, brother. The mic is yours. Please tell us about your experience. It's very interesting, and it's going to be, I think, not only educational, but inspiring to a lot of people. But please go for it.
Okay. Yeah. White Christmas to everyone. It's kind of a tough spot to follow Baron there. The accent and smooth. So, yeah, I got to thinking about this concept the other day that I'm trying, and this came out of my experience with, I ended up having a Kenyan roommate, a real African, and tall, slender, just, a nice guy, a really nice guy. And so as a consequence of that, his Kenyan friends would come over and we'd be hanging out, and I get invited to their Kenyan, their barbecues, their get-togethers. Goat. They really like goat. So you notice when you're in the presence of a group like that, they love their Kenyan clothing, their music, their barbecues, the way that they love themselves. And they may even recognize some of the, whatever shortcomings, whatever amongst them, but they'll never apologize for them. And so it's hard for someone who they are, I guess what I'm going to say is that they have this about people that don't feel that way about. I mean, can you imagine someone going, a Kenyan going to one of these gatherings and not liking being Kenyan?
You're
it's
right.
such a foreign concept to them that they are repulsed by any individual or group who doesn't display that love for their people. And this is a powerful, white people seem to have this need to be accepted by these other groups. They want to be liked by these other groups. And these other groups, I don't think they feel that way at all. And it's just kind of hard for us to wrap our head around how they find this quality about us so repulsive, so repugnant. And I'm not sure if I'm framing this in a way that can deliver that message to the people we need to persuade in the direction. But it seems like there's potential to motivate, shame, whatever, however you want to, maybe different methods that would work by using this tool.
Yeah, so what you're saying, if I could just jump in, brother, is that when non-white people are proud of their own kind, they find the weakness, the lack of pride in us to be repulsive.
Correct.
And that
it is repulsive. We find that too, right?
Right.
That's what makes us different than the rest who are still afflicted with this anti-whiteness. And so I think that no wonder they hate us. You see what I'm saying? How could you have any honor or respect for someone who would disinherit themselves and not defend themselves and hate their own people and accept that and condone it? And I mean, it's disgusting, and they're right.
Right. Yeah, precisely. What does weakness do? Well, disgust here is about the weakness. The refusal to take pride in one's self, one's people, and to defend oneself and one's people. So it's this great weakness. We know that weakness always incites predation.
Right.
And as you experienced, when you spoke proudly with positivity, white positivity, about our people and in defense of our people, they ended up respecting you.
Yeah, that's how I discovered it. That they would come with these anti-white narratives, and I would push back on them. And maybe we'd argue about the finer points or details, and they would disagree firmly, right?
Right.
But they respected me, and so that I suddenly realized, if I had laid down and been had the typical responses, I guarantee you, they would have not had any respect for me at all. And so I think that this idea that, white people that haven't had that experience or maybe just have ignored it or don't know what to make of it, it's important for them to know that these people will hate you. If you want to be liked by these other groups of people, that's a quality that they value highly. And when they don't see it in you, they will be repulsed by you.
Yeah, and I can, add my personal experience. In my life, as I've expressed the desire for the well-being of my people, pride in our accomplishments, I have seen the respect in normal people, in normal non-white people. I've seen them respect that position. They never respect a Jay Spurging or a Nazi LARPing position. They're disgusted by that, like everybody else in the West. But they've always respected me. It never diminished me in their eyes. If anything, it was the exact opposite. They understood. And that is accomplished because they're able to identify with us. They're able to say, yes, if I were in that position, I too would morally stand up for my people's well-being. Where they cannot do that when people are Nazi LARPing, for example. They can't say, well, if I were in their shoes, then I would be this.
I hate Jews too.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. That kind of work. Right on. Well, thanks for having me on. It's great to be here, and White Christmas to everyone. Go Team White Wellbeing 2024.
Amen. Anytime you want to come on, let me know. All right, brother.
Appreciate it.
We got another request for the mic. And let's see. Oh, it's the one and only Thunder from Down Under. Let's give him approval. Brother, can you hear me? Thunder from Down Under. Shannon, you might have to, or did you mute or did you just step out? Okay, there you go. All right. Brother Thunder, open up your mic, and the mic and the floor is yours.
Well, g'day. It's good to be here, finally.
Good day to you, sir. It's great to have the Thunder from Down Under on. What's on your mind, brother?
Well, first of all, I wanted to speak about my reaction to the Subversives and their leaving this past week.
Okay.
Like, Jesus, like, Elaine, with all the beautiful works of art that she did, like, she came to as a complete shock to me. When she left. But just others like Promethean Promulgation and Access, like people who we valued, it's like, it could be anyone. It could be any of you.
No one is immune. No one is immune to destructive criticism, which is commonly known as concern trolling. So especially when the tactic is employed of two ganging up on one. But yeah, back to you, brother.
Yeah, it would be funny how many would have left to the NJP. I know you mentioned that some would have left to America First and others like that in the Groiposphere. But if they did leave to the NJP, it would be kind of funny that they collapse just as they enter, eh?
Oh my God, you're so right. I hadn't thought about that. That's hilarious, brother. Yeah, could you imagine? I'm now a proud member of the what? It's gone?
Yeah, that's all for the Subversives. I don't want to shit on the mood, but what I also wanted to mention was the No Guilt X accounts. We're still reaching out to folks who want to administer these accounts. So if you want to, you can reach out to me on X or Telegram. We need accounts for the main Western countries like France, the UK, the US even. We need someone who isn't awfully busy, but is active on X, knows how the thing works. We need these accounts up and running. Especially, we don't want the anti-whites making the accounts before we do and stealing our thunder, if you know what I mean.
Precisely. Yeah, folks,
yeah,
so reach out to Lokki for that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's all. That's all I wanted to speak about. It's thank you for having me on, and it's great to be here finally.
Yeah, and you better show up more often for this. We want to hear more from you, brother.
Damn right.
All right. Bye-bye now. Well, that's amazing, folks. If you would like to participate on the Twitter or X space, it is up and running right now. I don't know if any of the mods, if there's a URL, perhaps there is a URL that could be grabbed and placed. I don't know. I've done too few of these and haven't had time to investigate them. But if so, then maybe we could share, and other people who are on X or who could in the future get on X, and then we could talk about, and for example, today, anything you want to talk about. But let me check out let's get out some raucous emojis. 007, quadruple 07s. Let's celebrate good times. Come on. Maki over here on Cash App. Raucous emojis for the great Maki, who has shown up. $25 financial gift on Cash App on this Promethean White Christmas and Good Yule as we move toward the end of this glorious month. $25. And he writes with those 25 White Wellbeing dollars. Let's go. Thank you, brother. That is awesome. Maki.
has shown up. Let me make sure that we're not missing anybody else. And if we miss anybody, we will get them next week. Winger Productions. Did you mention today is Wright Brothers Day? No, I did not. Well, the white man takes to the skies. And let's remember the Wright brothers. And think about how, what was it, 60 some years that we lifted off of the earth and invented flight for human beings. And 60 some years later, we're walking on the moon. We're traveling around in supersonic jets of various types. It's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing that we should definitely take pride in ourselves for achieving. Thank you for bringing that up. I did not know. Cindy Bin is here. Linda Hunter is here. If you are on the X space and you would like to talk, click that request the mic, and that is how I will find you to give you the microphone. First Last is here. Great to see you, brother. And who else do we have here? Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. Just Say No is here. Nexus Moon is here. The great Brant Danger from School of the West, Dean Danger, is here. Folks, how do you feel about 2023 being the year of vindication? Did you have any? I had no idea that we were going to be this vindicated. And talk about thunder down under. How true that. Could you imagine leaving White Wellbeing for the NJP or something similar? And then you have this colossal crash with, it's not just that it crashed. It's not just that it went bad. It's that you have the creative guy, the engine of doing things on the inside, reveal that it's all garbage, that it's all a joke, that these people, not only can they not lead white people, but they can't lead their dogs to take a shit in the woods. And that's probably the biggest takeaway of how detrimental such endeavors are in the white sympathetic sphere. I've been saying it forever. If you want to, you don't have to have anything important to say, by the way, on the X space, but just let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to scroll through. Remember, I've got a note to myself. I'm going to put a comment up under this video as soon as it processes. It's going to ask you to add under that comment thoughts you have, memories you have from over this year of 2023, successes we've had in this community. We want you to share everything you can remember. Even don't worry about reading and has somebody else already added this. Just add. It can be a personal thing. It can be a big accomplishment. The Buzzkirks and going to the school and changing the curriculum for the little white boys. It can be any of these things. And let me know. I want us all to share the successes. When you're focused, when your nose is to the grindstone and you're spitting out victories and you're like, whoa, you celebrate a victory. It is easy then to sort of out of sight, out of mind with the next victory. So we need to work together. Let's get our victories together so that we can say it's all of these. I will also add on that thread, if you've forgotten what the great Baron White shared with you, this great idea of Baron White's, the email address or the other ways that he gave you for contacting, I'm going to have all of that information sent to me. If Baron Kenny could DM them to me on X, I will add those to that thread as well so that you know how to reach out to him. We're going to get it all together for White Wellbeing. It's going to be epic. It's going to be great. So let's do that. And we will keep moving. Otherwise, what a glorious gathering. I cannot believe it has turned out this good. It could not have been better. How amazing is it? We have Eric over there on Odyssey saying propaganda culture movies like Civil War is full anti-white propaganda. It sure is, brother. 100%. Thank you for writing that. That's over there on Odyssey. Do we have anybody commenting on Rumble? Don't be afraid to tag me on Rumble and comment, and I will read your comment over there on Rumble. I will be checking all of these, and soon, unless Instagram gets in the way, we will add Instagram as one of our many platforms that we live stream to, continuing to spread the good work we're doing. Linda Hunter says, can you say the acronyms? I don't know what they stand for often. Well, which one was it? Or which ones don't you recognize? And I will spell it out for you. NJP, National Justice Party, also known as the National Jewish Party, given the fact, anti-white Jewish, not innocent Jews or ordinary Jews. I don't care. They're just trying to live their lives. We only have problems with the anti-white people of all races. So given that their chairman, their Führer, has identified himself as Jewish 3 times on audio when he was a libertarian, and true or not true, I don't know, but the audio on those 3 different shows, and then his wife being Jewish as well, or only her being Jewish, and some other non-white participants in that party warrants the name. Cool Papa J Magic says, I was talking to a black guy at work about anti-whiteism, and he said, it's so good to hear a white person, quote, it's so good to hear a white person talking about white people. I don't think I've ever heard this before. LOL. Yeah, man, you'll be amazed. Melissa saying Mark Dice should reference Jason. I don't think, I think that might harm him, at least for now. So the nameless one says, it made my day when you thanked me in the chat after appearing with Loving Life. I aspire to be like you, and you really, really helped me to push forward. Actually, the nameless one has a marvelous comment that I'm going to make into a post. Was it on last Sunday's stream that you made it, or was it the one before? Tag me and let me know. And the nameless one is a non-white member of our community for white well-being, and we proudly stand shoulder to shoulder with him against anti-whiteism. Al Hindle is here. Great to see you. Ivan the Huggable, which is Ivan the Huggable elsewhere. Gary is here. And who else do we have here? Let's see if there are any comments. I don't know what just happened with the phone. I heard a beep. Can everybody still hear me? You can tell me on the live chat on YouTube if you still hear me in the X space. Remember that when you reach out to the White Baron, it's a blue dot with is that a biplane? Merry Christmas, Jason, and hope you're online next week. Oh yeah. White Advocate. Thank you all for being here. The engine of change. You are the pistons in the drag car. And we are well on our way down the quarter mile. There is fire coming from the exhaust. It is truly wonderful. Promethean Kitchen. Let's see if anybody I missed. No, not so far. I'll jump back to the bottom. Nexus Moon, how many local communities are around for going free? The communities, it's better to approach this in the sense of where can you get your help going free, and where can you promulgate this out into the world? Where are the teams? There's the outreach team, the OT. We have open chats. We have the Go Free Practice chat, and the links are in the description. We have Southern Bloom's chat description in the description below. LG is here in the description below. Thank you so much for the question. We want you to become empowered, an engine for change in your life and the lives of those around you, And then with the extra time you have getting online and seeding these comments, seeding these concepts and the dialectical arguments that we share here. That's what they are. I guess that's to say arguments that change the way our victimization is discussed. That's what needs to change. And that's what we do here. That's what liberates you. It's not the same as Jay spurging online or Jay spurging out in public or Nazi LARPing online. And these people, they come around, they say, look, there are no results. Nothing gets better as a consequence of these things. You can be online all day. And so they end up disparaging online activism, which is the craziest thing. Look at what the online, in the face of the economic boon, the online, the web, the internet has provided to businesses, to say that this virtual proselytizing, to say that this peer-to-peer communication on the internet is not working, is the problem, is to be stupendously, drunkenly wrong. The problem is what you're spreading. The vehicle of the peer-to-peer communication works beautifully. Businesses have gone from nothing to billions online. There are just businesses completely online. They don't exist in mortar and concrete in the real world. So online is where it's at. Anybody telling you that virtual communication, virtually spreading what we're doing is not working, is admitting that what they're spreading is not working. Could you imagine being online where businesses can exist completely entirely online, make billions of dollars, make millions of dollars, and they say, well, that doesn't work? Of course it does. Get real. The problem is what you've been sharing. So Sven was right about them and what they're doing, and it's a joke, and they can't even lead their dog to take a shit in the woods. Let that stick in everybody's heads. Everybody who wants to say, oh, the no white girl guy, X, Y, and Z, something negative. Just remember that the brightest, most industrious, and I was saying that forever. So that's not a self-serving comment. You all know that when I couldn't remember this guy's name, which was most of the time, I said the blonde guy that's smart and creative and productive over there. So this is not a self-serving to say, oh, he's the bright one, and that because he agrees with me. I've been saying he's the bright one all along. It just so happens that the bright one, the creative and industrious one, is saying this about not just NJP, but Nazi LARPing. There'll be no difference in any of these other groups. So keep that in mind. Great question. Nameless one. Oh, he says he's white? Ha ha! I've been thinking he was non-white. Who told me you were non-white? Champion. Well, doesn't that show you? I was showing this guy, he's white. I was showing him love for opposing anti-whiteism. It didn't matter what his birth was. Honest, that should be clippable. That should be indicative, a truth displayed clearly of my integrity. That this champion, he's white. I thought he was non-white, and I was shoulder to shoulder with him against anti-whiteism. God bless you, brother. Boom. Big salute. I'm going to be sharing the comment that the nameless one shared. I'm going to be sharing it. It is really beautiful. It's really a hero in the making. All right. Looks like there's another. There have been a few, actually a couple, to be accurate, subversives that did not go when they were all told that, and another trick too of a cult is that they'll always tell you something is on the horizon. Look at every cult over time. It's always something is in the very near future. Something is going to happen in the very near future. And they keep people hung up in that for years, for year after year after year. Well, the thing that was told to these poor souls who decided to become subversive, that was right on the horizon was that everybody was about to leave White Wellbeing. Everybody is about to go. So you're just one of them. You don't talk to them all. We do, and we know that they're all going to leave. So it's like this. It's confirmation bias. It's the concept. It's the concept of this anticipation for something that's about to happen, and then you see it revealed in their comments, because when they're outed, the things that they're claiming that weren't taking place, they say. So they condemn themselves. Everything they have said the moment it was revealed was everything that we knew they were doing, and they made clear to everyone else. That is all the evidence you need about what they were doing, thinking, and participating in. So just like a cult, and then projection, always a projection, turning right around and saying, oh, well, they're a cult, while you behave like a cult. And like I said here, and always will say, as we're down to the last 4.5 minutes of this glorious gathering, what a gathering it's been, right? What a gathering. As I always say here, this is a place where you can learn a practice, the Go Free method, a practice in life. And you can stay here and learn it and be empowered by it and change the world with it. Or you can say, I don't like that, it's not for me, and leave. And we'll happily let you leave. You can just go, you can do your own thing. You can go join the NJP, or you can join the Christian Nationalist American First type and worship Kanye West. You could, whatever. I don't care. I don't think about you again. I'm not thinking about you. I don't think about you again. Just have a nice day, go. So the arguments that I'm not going to allow you, or the Knights of the White Table are not going to allow you to teach something other than what we do here in this place, just fall flat. Go do that someplace else, right? It's not tyrannical to teach Kung Fu at my Kung Fu studio, because I won't teach jujitsu, right? Just go do that someplace else. More power to you. Best of luck to you. And when it falls, maybe you'll come back and say how wrong you were. We'll see what kind of class you have or don't have. That's how we behave here. What do the actual cult members do? It's attack. It's lie about your character. It's lie about your motivations. It's misrepresent what you're doing. It's misrepresent the reasons why you do the things that you do here. That's what it is. And you saw it all come to fruition and very clearly displayed when these people were outed. So they can just go, I'm not interested in what they're up to. They can go start another group, or they can come back and apologize to me and apologize to the community and explain how they were tricked, who tricked them. And you can come back to the studio. You can come back to the Kung Fu studio. That's how laid back I am about it. All right. So we have like a couple of these subversives saying they left because of the slander. You were slandering us. We know. We've been watching. You were slandering us and trying to undermine Go Free and undermine me personally. And then when I said, no more of that, then you just openly slandered. You were already slandering. Nobody was slandering any participants in service to white well-being. So you're just demonstrating there's a timeline here. There's a very clear timeline. You can't say that you slandered and then that's why we left. You were slandering and trying to undermine the community. And then I said, no more of that. And then you just kept slandering now out in public. So no slandering of any people, identifying the people that are undermining me and the work that I'm doing and the Knights of the White Table is not slandering them unless you're a liar. And then those people go on to publicly say what they were saying in private. So pretty clear for people with class and who have the objective of white well-being. So who else do we have here? And we will be far, as we're down to under a minute. I don't see any more financial gifts here and there. But we will be a far stronger community for having sloughed off the people who were bad-mouthing and the people who were using destructive criticism to undermine me and the work that we're doing. We will be better off, obviously. If you have people inside your business, you make widgets, and some of those employees are not working, getting paid. They're trying to convince other people in the factory to not work, to not make widgets. Then when you get rid of people doing that, what happens to the production? The production goes up. What's going to happen to our morale, our esprit de corps? It's going to go up. It's going to go through the roof as a consequence, without all these naysayers, without all these concern trolls. Remember, Kevin McDonald wrote Culture of Critique. You can see in this series the exact behavior, destructive criticism. So, and it looks like a couple more. A couple more of the, and of course, Carlisle swinging into action on, do you really think that Carlisle is going to allow subversive losers to lie about me? I mean, give me a break. Do you know how fast she can read? Do you know how fast she can read? Shannon Oliver over here, as we end tonight's gathering, the great Shannon Oliver, we just had him on the phone, $20 financial gift. God bless you, brother. God bless you. I'm going to go ahead and end the Twitter space. We're going to sign off now. And here, big raucous emojis for Shannon Oliver. He says, Merry Vindication, Jason, and a White Christmas. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for calling in. A true champion. Thank you so very much. If I miss anybody, as we're in the final seconds, please know I'll get you next week. This is how legends are made. You're going to withstand attacks from without. You're going to withstand attacks from within. And we'll keep on chugging. We'll keep on succeeding. And I will say again, I invite all the J-Spurgs, all the subversives, all the Nazi LARPers, people who still want to misrepresent me after this colossal vindication in 2023. I invite you all to go away. Just bye-bye and go make your own group. That's the white thing to do. To stick around and slander will just demonstrate that all you can do is stomp sandcastles into the ground. You have no creative ability, apparently. For the rest of us, it is a glorious day to be serving white well-being with you. Let's make this week rock to the heavens. Let's make sure the pillars of heaven shake with our coming. God bless you all. I love you. Let's go free.